And at that point, you have your position full of responsibility, right? And you went through your resume.
Yeah.
Okay. And then following that, they started, you know, the first thing is they want to just give you a little bit more detail about
Yeah.
what they call the managed services.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
And that's where I think we get into this point.
Okay.
Okay. So
Well,
it is. It is, but I think that you and I we get through together.
yes, I sure can. As long as you're patient with me.
I'll let you know. I'm not going anywhere.
But I'm physically comfortable with a nice chair, but
Yeah. And I think maybe you have to wander around if you like I said, you want to take a break. And have you leave, just kind of your legs and really take care of you for
okay.
you got to be walking at the time.
Alright.
Okay? Because like I said, I'm here as long as we need to be.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not pressuring you to stay longer than you want to. But I think that if we just kind of sit down and go through this, like I said, we get through together.
Yes.
I'm not a very patient person. You're just listening to what you have to tell me, okay?
Okay.
Like I said, I appreciate it. Okay? So, how about we just keep it?
Sure.
Okay. So, I'm not going to have you read through this entire document because you already did that, right?
I have written it. I have read it. I have, lived it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Mr. Silcox.
Yes.
Okay, September of 2007.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first one that I had is on perfectly.
Okay. And before you get into that, you have signed kind of page numbers, all that kind of stuff on the city document. So we'll just go in order of how you were, okay? And I know that the detectives in Toronto kind of had this in their possession and just kind of got you to recall some things.
Yes.
I'm just going to keep it here because, I mean, you've already written this out. So what's on here is, we already know that. I just have some follow-up questions with regards to each circumstance. So Mr. Silcox, it says here you were working a double shift from 3 till 7, right?
3 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Right. Okay. And this was at Crescent Care?
Yes.
Okay, in Woodstock?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about your knowledge of James and your daily interactions during a shift with him.
I didn't see him every time. He wasn't always my patient. I just knew from what people had said that he would grab the nurse's breasts and buttocks, and he would say horribly inappropriate things about his wife, that now he was there, he was going to fuck all of this, she was going to fuck all of this stuff, and just to say the sort of things. And he did touch me inappropriately once.
And where was that?
On the right.
On your right. Okay. And were you alone in the room at that point?
Yes.
Did he have a roommate at all? Did you have a roommate?
He must have. He wasn't in the same room. So he was either in another room or a quadruple room.
Would you remember any other residents that would be living with him at that time?
No.
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 Okay. What portion of the home was James in at this point?
He was in the, it is an east wing, south wing, north wing. He was in the north wing.
Mm-hmm.
It was halfway down, and he was either in a double bed or a quadruple bed.
And the diagnosis of his health at the time you were caring for him, you remember?
He was post-hip surgery, and he had dementia.
Do you remember how old he was approximately?
No, I don't. I didn't see him say.
He was 80?
Yeah.
Okay. And, sorry, he was not a diabetic?
Non-diabetic.
And, sorry, you said he had dementia?
Yes.
Okay, which we've also noted here as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me about the night.
What up?
Was this the first person that you did this to?
That I tried. Well, there were other people I'd done it to who didn't die.
Okay. Got that out of the way. Do you live here now? Yeah. How long have you lived here? Where are you from?
What up, though? What y'all getting into?
Have you been out there since the start of it?
Originally, I think originally started in February.
What kind of things do you do? Your days off?
Days off, well, get Sunday off.
Pretty strong hours, eh?
Yes.
Did you call in or?
Yeah, I actually, I was at King, I was with my boss, but, so, when he had left, immediately after all this happened, I joined the call, and I left. So as I got home and plugged it in, I let him know, and I called him before I came.
Or what's his name?
Derek.
Foot. Derek Foot? Okay, so he knows it. Did you tell him you just were coming in all day or gonna be late or what did you say?
I texted him and I said I'm pretty beat up and I may not make it in, and I think I'll get in there as soon as I can. Talked to him this morning and said I'll try to get there as soon as I can, but there's not a couple of minutes, so.
He was okay with that.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, we just kind of figuring out what happened out there tonight. And, I don't know how much TV or whatever you watch, but typically, before talking to a detective or anything like that, they usually advise you of your Miranda rights. Sure. You're familiar with those? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and advise you of your Miranda rights because that's kind of standard operating procedure. Anytime I talk to somebody, text you, it protects me, it protects everybody involved. But it makes you aware of what's going on. Okay? First one is you have the right to remain silent. You understand what that means?
Yeah.
Anything you say can't really be used against you in a court of law. Okay? You have the right to have an attorney present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you at no cost. And you have the right to stop answering questions at any time. Do you understand those rights?
I mean,
And you're down here voluntarily on your own.
yes.
You volunteered to come down here and talk to us and tell us what happened. And I'd like to know what happened tonight.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Is this guy okay? Is he?
I haven't heard the latest on it yet, but obviously he was involved in the fight as well. And so I'm just trying to piece it together what happened.
Okay.
And once I get some more information, I'll let you know. I'd just like to know kind of from your point of view as to what happened, like how this started.
Sure. Like I said, I was there with my boss. Got dropped off there. From some of my friends. I was there for a few hours.
What time did you get there?
My buddies were going to a movie. I think it started at 9:30.
And when you say buddies, who was it?
Kate Baugh, that's where they picked me up from.
Kids are that.
Yeah, his good friend, Brent Hilliard, his dad that movie, she believe. Brent Hilliard and his wife.
And they were going to go see a movie.
Yeah, they were gonna go see a movie and they wanted me to go, but my boss decided to hang out with him, so they dropped me off at campus.
Yeah. And that's around 9.
Yeah, I'm gonna say somewhere in the.
Okay. And then what happened from there?
There I went in, met Derek, sat down, a few other guys that worked with me there, had some drinks, talked, and eventually, everybody started to go home, we both didn't work. And so we decided to go home. I went outside, and I was talking to a random girl that I think she had a cousin that I went to school with, and I was with her. And
You know her name,
I can't remember her name.
and it was outside the.
Yeah, it was right out front, yeah, right out front.
And, Derek, right, your boss, he already left.
Yeah, he was gone.
Did he drive, or did he have?
I'm not sure, because we were all talking and everything, and so kind of like, we go, when I went out back on the patio, and I was talking to some people, and by the time I came back in, he had already left. So I'm not sure how he got home. I know he lives pretty near to Canyon Drive, his apartment, so he may walk.
So you were out front, you're talking to
Yeah,
some girl, or cousin or something?
yeah, she was talking, and the kid came out, and I was talking to her, and he said something. I can't remember, it was something derogatory, something he had said something he did. And I looked over and recognized him.
My bag, I'm coming. I kind of stuck on social media right now.
I started some drunk before the bar, I'm not even sure. I'm sure what his name is. He just was waiting for my friend Kate. They're like previous acquaintances. Anyway,
So you've seen this kid before?
I have seen him before, yes. And the last time that I saw him was in Pocket. He had started some drama there.
What do you mean by drama?
Just saying derogatory, negative things, trying to start a fight, basically.
Do you recall anything like what he would have said?
I remember what he said at the Pocket, when I saw previously.
What did he say?
And this wasn't the same night, this is weeks ago. He told me that, my best friend was Kate.
Puffs, what up?
He made a statement that
I'm just bullshitting around on goddamn social media. Trying to see how many people like my posts.
Did it ever get physical over at the Pocket?
At the Pocket, no, he did have some friends that told me they're gonna wait for me in the parking lot. But when I left, they were there, they could see me.
And this was a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're outside Canyon Crest, and
I came across, talking to a girl,
this kid says something again.
he said something negative, and I look over and recognize him, and said, oh, you're that kid that called me about gay.
From Pocket.
Yeah, from dinner. So he said something. I said something. We got into a discussion. Heated. His girlfriend, I remember her, get pretty heated too.
You know her name?
I don't. I'm not sure what this is. We're getting into a pretty heated discussion. Waiting for my cab pulls up at somebody else's window.
So you'd call cab by this point?
Yeah, I called the cab. I called the cab inside the bar. So I just went to sleep. And my cab gets there, and here's where I'm getting confused, because I'm trying to piece everything back together, and I'm not sure if we got in the altercation, the scuffle, the physical scuffle, before I tried to get in the cab, or after, because I tried to get in the cab, and the cab driver said, no, you want to go. And he didn't have the cab, listen.
Why did he say that?
Yeah, here's the thing, I'm not sure if we already got the physical altercation, or if maybe we were in the, me and this kid were, in a heat discussion yelling at each other, but the cab driver, either way, was like, no, don't stay up, and go off. But I cannot remember if it was after we got physical, before.
But at some point he did get physical with this guy?
Yes.
Was it just one guy?
I think so. I remember I got hit. I got hit multiple times. My jaw is just sore. I know I got hit pretty good times. I remember it went down to the ground, and I'm sure if I got somebody ticking me or. I remember when I was getting hit, I was thinking there's multiple people kicking me. Because he was talking about, we were in a heated argument, he was talking about his buddies and how they're going to throw a blanket party on me on the side of the down. But I don't know.
Tonight, just prior to that, he was making comments about his buddies taking care of him.
Yeah, right.
But you didn't see anybody, right?
No, the only thing, I guess I got hit and I was kind of dazed, and I can't hit it. And it was in my mind that there was more than one person, but I don't remember looking at the scene. I don't know if his girlfriend kicked me or she was kicking me. Or, hopefully there's surveillance or videos made. I'm not sure. It was in my mind that I'd get kicked by like 2 or 3 people.
And when you were getting kicked, what position were you in?
I remember I got punched, kind of wrestled around. I want to say I went down to my knees, kind of down to my knees, uppercut my knees.
Were you on top of him?
I got hit. I got whacked me pretty good. I was dazed and adrenaline. I got 2 things. It's just kind of a blur. I just remember getting hit and ready to get off me.
Yo, there's a crazy ass drone video you put up, bro. Motherfucker follow the drone. Follow the car around the city.
Bleeding. Never seen blood trail. I was kind of scared. I grabbed myself home. Took off running. I tried to call. I tried to call my boss when I was dying in 911. My phone died.
Get this political digest and blunt.
Talked to the gas station too.
Yeah, which gas station?
It's on Addison. It's the last one. Yeah, we talked to them about it.
Get this pallet taped up a little bit. Get ready for the next part of this paint.
You said you got in a scuffle with this guy. You guys exchanging punches.
No, I don't know that I punched him at all. I know that he punched me. He punched me, but I don't know that I punched him.
No, you said that you're gonna stick it. What do you think?
That person got knocked out. Yeah.
Do you understand this guy at all?
I can't remember what position they were in. I can't remember if they were on the ground, if they were standing up. I can't remember the exact position.
But they just had him?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know how many times he's had him?
I don't.
More than once?
I swear, that was some cool ass footage you got, bro.
Is cut a result of,
I'm not sure.
I need to roll up now.
so this altercation started as you were outside waiting for the cab, just talking to her. And he said something to you. Do you remember what the hell he said?
I don't.
Did he like immediately challenge you or that, like come up and get in your face, or did you go over and confront him?
No, he said something negative, and I thought he said, I just remember saying, oh, you're that kid, that's the person.
And then it just kind of escalated after that? But you don't remember
that's where I'm getting blurry. I want to see that maybe we got physical, and have you ever witnessed it, and I was getting in and said no, or maybe we were still yelling at each other, and he said no, not anything yet. That's the one thing I'm really confused about. I'm not sure, why he would kick me out, or at what point in time it was that he decided to do that.
He said that you noticed the blood that he was bleeding out, and it scared you. Maybe that was that before or after you stabbed him? Maybe how many times you stabbed him? I don't know where you stabbed him.
I want to say in the back, maybe, but I know that we were wrapped up, I think.
Like face to face?
Well, kind of like in a clinch. I don't know if he had a hold of me, I had a hold of him, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Were you?
Yeah, see, I don't remember if I was on my knees or if we were standing up. That's the part I don't remember, but I know it's either.
I gotta see that though. Yo, Queen, what up, yo? What's good with you?
Did you say anything else to him?
I got a new grinder.
After you said I'm gonna stick you or stab you? Did you?
So got a couple stacks to it. You got your first stack.
After we got up, I saw the blood.
Did you say anything to him about that?
I think I said, I believe in dad. So I think that's the last thing.
Then you got a second. Well, this is like the first keef chamber, I guess. But then they got the real fine particle keef chamber at the bottom. Yeah, yo, I've never had one with the 3 chambers on it.
The dirt parking lot, which direction?
So it's like one grinder, but you catch the fucking plant in 3 different levels of this shit. Yeah, I'm like, yo, my girl got this for me. I'm like, that's as awesome as.
So I was lost and delirious.
Yo, much power to you on your density progress. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That shit ain't nothing but small beans to a giant such as yourself.
Did you walk straight down Washington? Or did you go travel
I was working on a personal piece that I wanted to be community based for other people to help me with this painting actually. But I recently picked up a commission, so I had to put my personal painting to the side. But I'm still coming up with quiz challenge questions, so don't y'all forget about the art quiz challenge. And if you answer the question correctly, you get to write something on my painting.
So you'd never been in a fight with this guy before? No. Did you know if he? Do you know if he was like a violent guy?
I know that he would try to just sort of fight towards the pocket.
Wow.
If his friend would fight, and told him to take the That's all.
Don't get jealous, homie. If she got yams, she got yams. We got eyes, bruh. Everybody got eyes. I mean, as long as niggas ain't disrespectful. But yeah, hey, I don't go blind in the presence of females. I can still see. I ain't gonna stare. I ain't gonna do too many cutting out the corner of my eyes, but hey, I ain't blind either though. Miss Thickums. My girl the same way. Hey, that's all it is. You know? Sometimes I be wanting to say something to my girl like, but hey, that's how you. She doesn't dress slutty or whorish. You know, motherfucker just got thick ass thighs. Like, motherfucker, I can't. Hey, she can't help that shit. That's how she built. That's how she was made. You know what I'm saying? And when she walk down the street, motherfuckers don't go blind. You know what I'm saying? Hey, people can't help but see. Yo, creation. What up? What up?
Like everything you just told me, or
Still doing the quiz challenge questions. For the One Piece. Currently working on this commission right here. This is, yo, I feel yo. Check this. So this is two pictures. She can't hide it. You know, hey, some women, you take your hoodie off and you tie your hoodie around your waist, and you still can't hide that shit. Yo, it don't work for some of y'all, man. You can't hide that shit. And you see the shit from the front, you see the shit from the back, you see the shit from the side. Hey, so, hey, that's how y'all built. Hey, they get it from their mama. You got a problem with it? Go talk to her mama, man. Hell. But this is a commission that I acquired from a high school classmate of mine's. This is her, such a beautiful chocolate queen, and her very, very beautiful grandmother. And this is her baby daughter. So her grandmother passed away the same day she figured out she was pregnant. I mean, just the emotional roller coaster. I can't even imagine, like, you know, one of the most important people in your life passing and then finding out that you're about to, you know, give life. And so the two most important people in her life actually never got to meet each other. So she wanted an image as if they, you know, as if they did meet. And so I took these two pictures and combined it so that it looks like grandma is holding great grandbaby. And so I'm working on this right now for a client. But we do have my own piece that I need answers for. Quiz, challenge, questions. I need to come up with some more questions. I've been thinking about questions for 2 days and still.
thought maybe there was multiple people involved.
Yeah, well, you know, initially.
Exactly. And she did so well because she sent me like 15 or almost 20 photographs to choose from. And that's the main thing when it comes to trying to collage or merge two images. The lighting and the tone have to be somewhat similar so that you don't have to like mentally Photoshop it too much to make it look believable or realistic. And so yeah, so the lighting is great, and grandma has on pink, and great grandbaby has on pink, and so it turned out to be a little bit easier than I thought it was gonna be, but it's looking nice so far. Yo, Graves, peace out, bro. Yeah, so this is the underpainting is done. I actually just finished it this morning, but I started the face a couple days ago, so the face and the hair is dry on grandma. So I'm thinking I can just go ahead and start the second layer on her face, but everything else is like it's just really. I mean, it's everything else is just like really wet, so I won't be able to work on much else. And it's like everything from her face down is still wet, but the underpainting doesn't look too bad. I had to fabricate this hand from my imagination because it's just not there. But hopefully I can make it look believable when I start the process of detailing. And really just trying to get the shadows from baby to fall on the wrinkles of the fabric from grandma, and the shadow that she would create if she was sitting. I want to work on that more, but I figured, like I said, just blocking in on the underpainting just to get it there, and when I start the second layer and start detailing, I think that's going to be some of my main focal points is making sure this hand looks fits with the painting since it's from my imagination, and to make sure that the shadows as well fit um, realistic enough since they're going to be from my imagination. Or, well, not I wouldn't say my imagination, but my years and years of experience painting shadows. So, your shadows, LOL, good. So these damn smartphones. I hate spell check. Some crap. Hey guys, give me like. Is it here? Nope. Damn it. Give me 1 minute. Let me run downstairs real quick.
You guys kind of broke, the engagement kind of broke off a little bit. What was the other guy doing? Was he standing out? Was he, I mean, what was your impression of him?
Well, here's the, see, and this is where I'm confused, because I'm not sure if there was like two different scuffles, or because of the cab. I'm not sure if we got the scuffle, I tried to get in the cab, and just said, I said, out of here, and then we went back at it, or if it was all one big, you know, but as far as afterwards, I remember him walking away, and I saw blood,
So he was walking away from you?
yes,
He turned around and walked
yeah,
away
he
from
was
you.
saying, beat your ass, walk blood, and dude, you're bleeding.
Was there anybody else around him? Did anybody run off?
I think the girl was around, Miss Corinne, or whoever he was with, that woman. Other than that, I'm not sure if there was more people on site or not.
Did anybody else try to stop you when you started bleeding?
I'm not sure if he walked me and it's pretty much blurred there. I don't even remember getting hit, but I know I hit him first. Because I remember just telling him, I don't want to fight, I don't want to fight. Smack. That's it. Just don't know. So.
But you don't remember me?
I'm not sure yet, Brad. You know, I'm not sure if they were trying to break us up, but she was kicking me, if someone was kicking me. Yeah. I remember this.
All right.
Because he's touching me, so, you know.
Nope.
Off me.
Had to go get this filter. Where in the hell is my?
Did you put water in you? Do you want some?
Sure.
No, too much. Yeah, get your drink. So, sorry. So let me ask you this. When this fight ensued, and I think you told me before that he threw the first one. Okay. And that's how you remember it. So, yeah. And then it just becomes a fight after that. Was there any point that you were able to, like, be able to break away from him, get away from him, move? Did you remember anything like that? Did you try to get away from him?
Yeah, I didn't
Or
want to
did you
fight.
engage him? Was you mad at him?
I was mad after I got hit, but I didn't want to fight, and I remember telling him, I don't want to fight, I don't want to fight, this and that. He even told me beforehand.
Do you remember punching him?
I don't think I did. I don't think I did. I don't think I punched him.
Did you kick him or anything? Did you throw any blows at him?
I remember just trying to get away. I think he had me headlock at one point. I remember trying to pull his arms off. But I don't think that I did it. I don't think that I did. I don't remember trying to get away.
You were trying to get away from him, but he had you around the neck,
Yeah, I was just getting hit.
and he was punching.
Yeah.
And you don't remember throwing any punches his way. Yeah.
You know, it's possible that I could have after I got hit, but I don't remember. I remember getting hit a few times and then immediately we got wrapped up and it's like you had.
Yeah, I'm not saying you did, but I'm just trying to.
Yeah, see,
I'm just trying to kind of get an idea of what you were thinking, what you were.
I just
what was going
wanted,
through your head.
yeah, through my head, I just want to get away.
You were just trying to get away from it.
Yes.
At that point, after you got hit.
Yeah.
But you couldn't. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, at what point during this struggle, I mean, did you feel like your only choice for this guy was to stab?
After I told him that he didn't want to fight, I told him to stop. I thought I told him he was going to stop.
Why stab him? Why not?
Why? Because
Why not?
because nothing else is working.
Did you try some? What else did you try?
I tried to get away physically.
But you,
And tell him that.
so, let me just ask you kind of, so instead of saying, get off me, we're gonna stab you, what did you say, get off me, we're gonna hit you, or kick you, or something like that? Why did you automatically?
No, because I thought that might be a cue for him to, okay, this guy's got a knife, maybe I should get off of him. Because if I, well, we're in a fight, if I tell him, I'm gonna punch you, you're gonna be off, and it's like, okay, well, what's he gonna say? Okay, punch me then. He's got control of me. So, yeah. I just thought that might, and I was scared, and he's been talking about his buddies, I wasn't sure if they were gonna come out and stop him. I wasn't sure if they were already, but now I hit the ribs, I don't know if she kicked me or something kicked me. I didn't know if they were already there.
Is that? Yeah, it is. May I? Yeah, okay. Neodymium magnets. More satisfying than I could have ever imagined. Is it comfortable?
Very. It's stretchy. I don't have to adjust it every time I put it on.
Wow. Looks and sounds incredible.
I don't know.
Can I try?
Sure, go ahead. Why are these people so interested in my...
All right, we got two calls left. I'm going to start with Matthew in South Carolina. You're on with Dennis and Matt. Calling into a call-in show where there are no experts to talk about it is not how you get your fringe view to be accepted. I don't have a problem with talking about the subjects. I'm sorry I gave that impression.
Oh, no, it's not that. It's just, you ever talking about, like, evolution and the dinosaurs and everything, I call it.
Right. Yeah.
Well, the original title of Darwin's book, The Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection and the Preservation of Favored Races in the Struggle for Life.
Yes.
So if you support evolution and what was printed on it, are you racist?
No.
That's what the science says, though.
No, actually, that's not what no. That's not what the science says. So you came up with the original title. Did Darwin have some racist views? Sure. Does that have anything to do with the natural process of one species evolving over time? No. The fact that people viewed things... The fact that people viewed things through the bigoted and misinformed lens of their time is certainly sad testament to the fact that we still have growth to do. But that's completely independent of whether or not the science shows common ancestry, shared descent, and a process by which allele frequency changes over time. And So
facts.
Also, one of the ways this was often framed was this preservation of preferred races or whatever. The common phrase was.
But I just wanted to go out today and say something about purpose. I was listening to Rich Tolbert's "I'm Alive," and nothing is an accident. Nothing is an accident. You have to question God about what your purpose is. I think mine has something to do with helping people. When I say helping people, I want to help the homeless. I want to help people in the mental illness community. I want to help people just discover and think about what God has called them to be, because the enemy is so real. The enemy is so real. And he will attack. Basically, I'm up cooking, y'all. It's cooking breakfast, but it's late. Yeah, the purpose of God in your life. I mean, your purpose is God ordained. So don't let anybody tell you that it's not. I'm not a good speaker, y'all, so bear with me. I've had 3 people prophesy over me this week, which was really cool to experience, because I haven't had that happen in a long time. But like I said, your purpose is God ordained, and nothing can stop it. Cooking eggs. Be doing in this world. I'm walking back and forth in my kitchen, y'all. You have to pray for God a knowledge of a gift. Everybody has a gift. Everybody has a gift. It could be helping people. It could be need people to go out. All right.
So many people think there's a God. Alright. Let's get some colors on this palette. Get some colors on the palette.
survival of
Survival
of the fittest.
Yeah, which is wrong.
And that people took that and presumed that there was a way to assess qualities about people with regard to their fitness. And they would go in, this is the same people who believed in phrenology, reading bumps on the heads and other things like that. Fittest, from the standpoint of scientific natural selection, is dictated entirely by the environment and whether or not a particular individual within a group lives long enough to pass on its genes. And so you could be a terrible, shitty, manipulative person and pass on plenty of your genes. And so you qualified as the fittest. Like you could be like a serial rapist running around impregnating just countless people. And we would view that as a completely immoral thing. It is a fit way to ensure that your genetic code goes on. That is independent of whether or not it's a moral or ethical thing. And the same is true when you talk about Darwin's racist views and the racist views of that time. When you talk about favored races, they made conclusions about different humans that weren't based on evidence. They were based on observations of difference. And that's why when we teach evolution by means of natural selection, we have gotten rid of that racist claptrap that people try to hang on. And we've talked about instead, this is genetics. This is allele frequency change over time.
And I'd like to add, even though we agree that evolution happens, it doesn't mean we approve of its methods.
Yeah.
I mean, evolution is not our friend. There's mountains of extinct species testify to the fact that evolution is not our friend. And we could disappear tomorrow and evolution would carry on and wouldn't care.
See, so the scientific facts are separate from the conclusion.
When aspects of evolution are not to be emulated. There's
now won't be the same way 100 years from now.
So I'm not saying that it's not
views that it.
No, Darwin's theory was correct.
We're still Darwin's model of evolution by means of natural selection is still the de facto standard.
Yeah, the subsequent research that has happened has added to it. It's corrected parts of it, but it's still the basic premise is there.
And if in 100 years we have a completely different understanding of biological diversity on the planet and it is better supported by evidence, then that will be the current best findings of science.
Yeah, it's like Einstein's general theory of relativity replaced Newton's gravitation, but it didn't replace it. It just, here's a more accurate model.
Yeah, the
Earth
isn't
got us
flat.
to the moon. I mean, you know.
The Earth isn't flat, but if you're building a house, you're building it with respect to it being locally flat, which is why you can pull out a level and make sure your boards are level and everything else, but that doesn't tell you where the Earth is flat. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I was just sitting there. It's like I've heard in previous episodes where the issue of slavery always comes up. Or like, how can you believe in a God that condones slavery? So I was just sitting there like, how can you believe in a man's theory who based it on racial segregation?
But he didn't. See, that's the thing.
It's in the title.
Okay.
Why is it edited out if it's not? Why is they purposely edited out?
I'm gonna tell you.
You have to go looking for.
I'm gonna tell you. He didn't base it on that. That was a conclusion from other observations. Darwin's observations applied to finches and other things else, and other examples. And he didn't understand genetics or anything else because we didn't have that. So he created this model that was based on common ancestry. From that, he and others made conclusions about other things as derivative from that. So he didn't base it on a racist view. He based his racist views on differences in observation and what he saw in species. It's a directional thing. Now, what you asked was, hey, I object to the Bible advocating for slavery. That's because Darwin isn't God And Origin of Species is not a Bible or an instruction book. It's not telling you what to do.
Right.
It is describing what is. And from that, we continue to explore and find more information. No one is worshiping Darwin, or somebody somewhere is probably fucking worshiping Darwin, and they're wrong to do so. But it's different when you have a book that is supposed to be from the Almighty, giving instructions for how you can enslave people from the heathen who surround you. That is an instruction to do something. That's in a completely different category from here's my observations about reality, because we can go through Origin of Species and take a look at what Darwin got right and what Darwin got wrong. Now, the underlying model, this profound view of all life being related and changes happen, and that given enough time, this is a satisfactory and probable explanation for the diversity of life. That still stands, and it's been amplified and supported by evidence, and it has survived
all tests.
Every attempt to falsify it.
Yeah.
That's not true for something like Exodus 21. That's not a scientific finding. It's not supported by evidence or data. It is a proclamation that you should buy your slaves from the heathen that surround you, that you can beat them as long as they don't die within a couple days. This is an instruction on what is morally permissible, not what is scientific fact. So comparing the two, when you say, I don't see how you can believe a theory from a man who had this view. Well, the theory is correct, independent of whether that person was shitty. There could be a mass murdering, just absolute garbage human being who comes up and tells me, hey, 2 + 2 = 4. They're right.
I'll have to agree.
Independent of how terrible they are. That's not true for the Bible, because when you're looking at this is supposed to be instructions inspired by the all-wise, all-knowing governor of the universe and all of reality. And it's supposed to be a moral prescription. And so that's why I find it objectionable.
We can talk the semantics of language and everything regarding that, but I'll get back to the original question that I posted on here. Man, I've seen your history and everything, and I've heard you talk about how for about 25 years you studied to be a preacher.
Yeah.
And I've seen the conversations and things, and I mean, I really like to have like a heart-to-heart with this right here. This is not to be antagonistic, or anything in that regard, but as a man who sits there and knows scriptures, just sitting there just talking with you right now.
Okay.
It's like looking, based on your backstory, your history, and the way things are now, I see like evidence of like how a Pharisee would be, not an atheist.
Create dazzling crystal creations with Ooze Labs, colorful crystal labs. Set up and decorate your very own lab station. Then
So I don't know what to tell you other than maybe you should stop thinking you understand me and view me with your lens. Also, I'm not sure that the use of Pharisee is wrong or incorrect, or if it's even in conflict. But I'm someone who does not believe that a God exists, which is why I use the atheist label.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that you think I do believe that a God exists?
I suggest that you sit there and say, come down from the cross so that we may see.
What does that even mean?
Okay.
Man knows what it means.
That would be skepticism. And if somebody's in a position where they don't believe that another person is divine and they ask them to demonstrate it, then they are an atheist who's advocating for skepticism and critical thinking.
Well, let's take a look at the Pharisees. They had the scriptures, they were supposed to know the scriptures, and they were supposed to apply the scriptures to their community in a sense of leadership. But in fact, they tried to sit there and philosophically trap him and to sit there to get him to negate himself, which is characteristics of almost all your philosophical discussions. The celebrity, sitting with all these people on high councils, it's like you sit there and braided the truth in for a consolation prize, man.
I can understand your reason for reaching that conclusion. The problem is you think I traded the truth in, and I don't think it was true. So you would need to demonstrate that it was true in order to convince me I traded the truth in.
I'll say this, man.
Do you have some way to demonstrate that what I used to believe is true?
Well, I'll just ask you this, man.
I just asked you a question.
Yeah, and I'm going to answer it. I just need to know something from you first.
Okay.
Do you deny that Jesus Christ is the Son of God? Do you deny him before men?
I will say that I do not accept that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. I can't prove that he ever existed. I can't prove what he was or wasn't. If in fact there was a Jesus who was the Son of God, I have no reason to believe that's true. Am I asserting that he wasn't? No, because I have no way of demonstrating that. If you come up with a claim that's unfalsifiable, it would be stupid for someone to pretend that they can falsify it. So I may never be in a position where I can say, Jesus was not the Son of God. I'm always in the position where I can say, I don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God. I don't believe there's a God. I don't believe gods have sons. I don't believe any of these stories that have been, as far as I can tell, made up by people until there's sufficient evidence to do so. So if you're wanting me to commit the unforgivable sin, which actually that wouldn't be it, that would be apostasy, which is attributing the works of the Holy Spirit to Satan. I can never do that because I don't believe in Satan either, so I'm never going to attribute anything to Satan. If you want to know, do I actually not believe in a God? Yes. Do I actually not believe that Jesus was divine? Yes. Do I believe that Jesus rose from the dead? Nope. Do I believe that he reigns forever in heaven? No. Do I give a rat's ass what any holy book or proposed supernatural being has to say about light and reality? Nope. I care about facts and evidence and things that are demonstrable, because everything else is navel gazing. Now, do you have a way to demonstrate? Now answer my question. I answered yours. Do you have a way to demonstrate that what I used to believe was true?
You know what I said is true.
Goodbye, jackass.
Don't tell us what we fucking think, dickhead.
I swear to the God that you think I still believe in and claim that I know exists, I will hang up. Oh, there's my kitty. So I want to explain this. It's not actually my kitty. I had a rough couple of days, and I was concerned that maybe I would be a little too hangy-uppy today, whereas I've been doing pretty good the last couple of weeks. And so I told Mark, if I get to the point where it looks like I'm going to go off the rails at all, just put up a cute kitten. I will see it on the screen, and everything will be fine. And everything is fine.
Everything is fine.
And I tell you what, there's one caller left, but we have gone way beyond the time that even Mark said I could go. So I'm going to take that call after the show's over. We're going to stop here. Zachary, stay on the phone. I will talk to you once this show's over because I want it to you. But I don't want to hold people up, because I think there's pizza here that I can probably smell, and we've carried everybody around long enough. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thanks for the kitty love, and for all the people, if you're coming to Austin, by all means stop by the building. I know I said it many different times. If you're in an area where you don't have a community like the ACA, where there's not a place where you can go where you feel safe and appreciated, where you don't have to be harassed about your God belief or constantly expected to give reasons for why you are who you are, then build one. Yes, it took many, many years and the dedication of a great many people, but you can do this in your area as well. Ours started with an ad in a newspaper. That's how old it is.
Yeah.
I would not recommend that path. I'm not even sure how much I'd recommend Meetup and some of the other things that are 15, 20 years old. But there are plenty of online resources, and there are individual communities. Reach out to one of the national organizations. They can put you in touch with the state director if they have one, and any local groups they have. But do what you can to make sure that the
Hey, what's going on, you guys? This is Zach Windahl, the author of the Bible Study, and today I want to give you a sneak peek into what the Bible Study looks like. This is the Bible Study. There are 2 books. The first one is the Old Testament. It is a 1-year.
People who are finding their way out of religion have a landing space. The people who've always been out of religion are able to participate in those things without you don't know what it was like to be me, because you don't. That's true for everybody. I don't know what it's like to be Dennis. Dennis doesn't know what it's like to be me. People who presumed to know what it was like to be me, many of them have recently found out that they were massively wrong. Oh, Matt doesn't have to deal with the religious crap in his family the way I do. Yes, I do. Oh, Matt's this way or that way. Or the people who call in to tell us what we believe and what we know, and you know that I'm right. The instant you're going to call in and talk about how I gave up the truth, and when asked if you have any way to demonstrate it, and all you do is assert that I know the truth, you're right. I know the truth. The truth is that you don't have a good reason for your belief. You are ill-equipped to have the conversation, and you are terrified that somebody could be reasonably warranted in not believing what you believe. And that's why you make accusations against other people as if you could read their fucking minds. You can't. And if you think you can try and prove it, and the JREF can get you $1 million for that.
Hey, yeah.
Thanks so much to the people on that side of the wall who are the awesome folks who let us run way over time. The people directly in front of us who came from all over the place.
One of the things we've all met is the accusation that we are strident or arrogant or vitriolic or shrill. What do we think about that?
Yeah, well, I'm amused by it because I went out of my way in my book to address reasonable religious people, and I flew the draft with groups of
Actually, we're gonna see there. I gotta grab a folder here quick. Good job there. I'll be right back. This is investigator Fritz Langford. I don't know if you've been at the hospital here or not.
I haven't.
No, I'm by. Yeah, I just wanted to say, sorry for your loss and terrible tragedy. Can't imagine what you want to. Before we get started, you want any coffee or water or anything like that?
Maybe a little bit of water.
I'll grab you some water, alright?
And are you okay if I take I didn't take my medicine this morning.
Yeah, that's fine.
I wasn't going to try to take any today.
What are you taking?
Just some Aprazolone. It just helps a little bit when
Sure. Alright. Are they working this week or are they up? They're at your house.
at my house. Normally my son is with me all the time, but we worked on this project pretty late last night, and so I let him sleep in this morning, and I told him I let him know to have gone down to work on the project.
Do you have a lot of friends coming in from out of town, or are they all mostly?
I have a lot of friends from out of town, some family, most of our families are around here. Some of my wife's is at Patrick, Whitehall, by Whitehall. But most of our family and friends are right around here. Thank you.
Yeah. We're just gonna close this door for our privacy time, so, because a lot of people walk back and forth around, you understand that. If you need to go to the bathroom or anything at any time, just let us know. If you wanna leave anytime, let us know, if we get a phone call or anything like that.
Well, my son's gonna be right.
Just gonna take a few notes here too, so that's.
Yeah. Mark talked to you, the other day and I've talked to Mark, but sometimes things get lost in translation. So what I kind of want to do today is kind of go through the progression of things, so I know we've got video that we pulled.
Did you find anybody?
Well, that's where we want to be able to figure that out. So just so I know, because videos are all time specific, sometimes they're a little bit off with times, if you know what I mean. Their clock might be a little bit different, but we want to get that zeroed in on that time frame so we can find. We've seen some vehicles that we're doing some follow-up checking on, but so I understand it more fully. If we could just kind of go through that morning again, like, you left, you and Barb got in the car and
we left our house. I don't remember what time it was. Maybe 7:30, 7:45, somewhere in there. And we headed out, went across Osmus, we up to Ammon, started going up Ammon, and I wasn't paying attention as to who was coming at me or what. We always just talking. She always takes the thing of water that may go in the car. And
where were you going?
Up over at Holman. Okay. Holman. And we were, I don't know what kind of, it looked like a bird coming out of that first, like on swallows or something. And then it came through the windshield. I tried to reach out for it, I guess, I don't know. And
how did you try to reach out for it?
I lunged harder with, I tried to hold on to the wheel, I think, with my right hand, and lunge hard with my left. I think I let going with both hands, because when I turned on the cooler road, I was over. I don't think I was in mine. I think I was more in her side of the seat than my side of the seat. And I don't, from that, I mean, I think, I don't know for sure, but I think I didn't know that she was hurt at first. And I don't remember, I remember seeing her, realizing that what was going on.
When you first realized what was it that you were realizing?
That she didn't say nothing at all. Mm-hmm. She didn't say nothing at all. And she thrashed. She was like thrashing a couple, 2 or 3 times, I think. She didn't more than that or not.
Okay.
And
where was the pipe when she was doing that?
Sticking through she was trying to get, I think she was trying to get away from the pipe.
Okay.
I think.
Do you recall, was it on the left side, right side?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Right.
And I was trying to, I don't know how or why I put the car in reverse. But I know if I put the car in reverse, and I got out to stop, I tried to stop. And I ended up putting it in reverse somehow, I don't know what happened or how. And I don't remember. I remember on the back of the car, I think. And I didn't lift her out. I don't think I lifted her out of the car nice and easy.
How did you get her out of the car?
I think I just yanked her out of the car.
Okay. When you say yank, I don't know what that means to you, or it doesn't help.
I don't know for sure how I got her out of the car.
Okay.
I don't think I just lifted her nicely, no.
Okay. What do you think that you did?
I don't know. I don't want to say I don't know.
Okay.
I think
What makes you think that you didn't take her out nicely?
because I needed to get her, I needed to get her out and help her.
Mm-hmm.
And I was on the bank, I couldn't stand up when it was up on the bank a little bit, it was all wet and mud, and I got her out of the car, and I tried to get her head facing up the hill. I thought I was CPR. I tried to clean her up a little bit quick before I did anything. And
What clean her up a bit? What is
I just took my shirt.
Okay.
And she was bleeding out of her nose, and her mouth, and her ears. And I didn't think at first to call. I didn't think my phone. I didn't think of anything. I just I had trouble when I tried. And I don't know for sure, but I think I had trouble with that pipe trying to get her out of the car, and that's why I think I ended up just yanking her out of the car and throwing the pipe.
Okay. Did you get her out of the car?
I got her out. I did CPR on her.
Okay. And then you got the pipe, or you got the pipe? You have to take the pipe out first, and then.
I don't know for sure. I can't say. I think
Once you got out of the car, did you leave her side? You were pretty strong.
No,
CPR.
I never left her side. I started CPR, and then she was bleeding so bad. That's when I called the dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
And then I never left the phone room. I did CPR until the first responder got there. I never left her side. I just don't. I remember, and I don't know how I did it or what I did it or what I had it. I remember that, and that's why I was, and I don't think I was in the right state of mind when I did it. I didn't mean to do it. The pipe was there, and I pulled her out, tried to get her out, and I ended up getting her head partially out, and her head fell down, and I pulled out. I don't know if I threw the pipe or what I did with the pipe, but it ended up being that out of the way.
What do you mean her head fell down?
When I tried to get her out of the car, the pipe was not in the way that's sitting there.
Okay.
And her head, when I tried to get her out, I was trying to stay on that bank, and I just had so much, I never thought of me, I didn't get her out to try to do CPR.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't, I don't know why I didn't try to get her out as after slow. It was because it was muddy or wasn't in the right state of mind, or.
So you said her head fell back.
Her whole body kind of like, when I tried to pull her back over.
She fell out of the bank?
She took me out of the car.
Okay.
And the door was on the shut.
Okay.
And the pipe was in there, sticking in there. I don't know if I threw the pipe out of there, yanked that out of me. And then I would have done it first.
Okay. So, the pipe was in the way?
It was sticking in the windshield.
Okay.
Hanging down in by her. And
Posey, what up, bro?
I got her.
Where it was hanging?
I don't remember. All I know is when I got out, I didn't know what bad she was, if it was how bad she was hurt. And I didn't want to, in our first aid CPR, I'm at work every day, I'm on the team. I didn't know if she had a head limit or whatever, so I kept hitting her, tapping, pounding on her between breaths, trying to get her to talk or answer or say something. I don't remember, somewhere in the chest or somewhere somewhere I didn't know if she was hurt behind her.
Okay, and that's when you had her on the side?
That's when I had her outside in the grass, or a ditch, whatever you want to call it.
Okay. All right, let's backtrack a little bit. So, we're looking for the description of the truck. Do you recall about that truck? Do you remember where you were on the road and any proximity to turn off onto Bird and Cooley? What the truck looked like, what you can recall on that?
It was when we talk and stuff when we drive, so all I can remember was like a darker, like a 2000 era, I don't know if it was a Ford or a Chevy or Dodge, I don't know, it was a darker color. All I remember is the back had like a flat bed with sides on it. I didn't even look at that. I don't even know it. I couldn't tell you exactly what. Like I said, I wasn't looking at the track to see what. I don't know what.
Where was the object, which would have been the pipe, when you first saw it?
Right. It looked like it was probably right next to the truck. It must be right, just because I wasn't looking at the truck when it came at us, or I seen it down the road, and we just kept talking, and I didn't even mean, I didn't know what it was, I didn't think nothing to me. Didn't have any clue what I mean.
Okay, when you first saw that object, what were you thinking?
Well, how you bounce files or whatever, and brush on your driving always come right.
See, the reason I'm asking is because sometimes that, if you can remember what you were thinking at the time, that might give you a flash to what the truck looked like. So I'm trying to drive back to that.
And all I can it was a darker, like a dark green or a dark charcoal, like that.
Can you recall if there was a large load in the back of it? Or anything?
I don't know.
That was pointed trailer, not
It was a pointed trailer.
Okay.
That the average adult has 5 to 20 pounds of toxic poop in their body at any given moment. Seems crazy, right? all that poop just sitting there, rotting away inside their intestines and colon. Is it any wonder that colon disease is on the rise with all this?
The Joe Rogan Experience.
I've told the story before, but I'll tell it to you. He's the reason why this table's this wide.
Oh, you were just nervous?
This table was going to be, I was going to make it more narrow. I even had a smaller table that we were working with as a guide.
Yeah.
Then we were still doing the shows back in LA. We're setting up this studio. I did an interview with Tyson, and he was so amped up for the Roy Jones fight that I got nervous. In the room, I'm like, I like that extra 6 inches.
That's hilarious.
Of space between us, because he was so ramped up.
Oh, man.
When he left, Jamie goes, that's a totally different person.
Yeah.
Because he went from being Mike Tyson, pot grower,
right,
not working out at all, to get ready to go to combat again, get ready to fucking throw hands.
Yeah. No,
he was so amped up.
And we've all watched the video where he calls that photographer out, and he's like, "How fucking you kid? I'll beat your ass, you bitch! I'll make you love me." Yeah, I watched that. I'm like, ah.
He said, "I'll fuck you until you love me."
Wow, where does that come from? That's an inner demon.
That's letting a dude know he's gonna be fucking him for a long time. Yeah.
But it's a weird jump because he's not actually going to fuck the guy. He's going to beat the shit out of him.
He might. He might. If he decides to, that's his call. That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
When he's
Domination.
yelling that at you, he's letting you know, if I decide to, you're not, I'll fuck you until you love me. That is like one of the deepest, darkest things a person's ever said to somebody.
That haunts me at night. Terrifying. But
back then, I mean, he was in his prime.
Oh, yeah.
That was, post-prison. I think that was the Lennox Lewis fight. I believe that was the press conference for the Lennox Lewis fight. So that wasn't exactly prime, but we didn't know that yet. He was kind of still in the area, like he had already lost to Buster Douglas.
Right.
He might have already lost to Evander Holyfield. I think he did. I don't know.
Just amazing that there's people on this planet who are like, oh, I'll hit that guy. They're looking at video footage of this fucking killer, and they're like, yeah, I'll take him.
There's a lot of killers out there.
I know, but
they always want to be the man who beats the man.
That's what it is. That gives me hope. I know we call it toxic masculinity or whatever the hell, evil men, but it's amazing that somebody would want to go toe-to-toe with this fucking monster.
What is this about? This is a different
I know
thing.
it is.
This is I'll eat your children.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a different one. Yeah, play this. Play this.
JMO.
Jamie.
The COVID has really hurt you, I think.
It's
You've
a
been
mess.
slacking since.
Yeah. Something's wrong.
By the way, quite a hog on JMO. I saw it in the sweatpants. Yeah.
Wow.
Quite a piece you got there.
There you go.
Man, he's not denying it either.
He's smiling. He's all red now. Look.
Oh my God, you look like the walls. No, get it out there. Get it out. Tell the fans.
They come up with a hog implant.
Oh,
that's like legitimate, like good to go. Everyone universally accepted the way fake boobs are accepted.
Yeah.
Because fake boobs are basically
normal.
No one says, listen, you got a great personality, but this is bullshit.
Girls in high school are doing that shit. Oh yeah. Oh
High
yeah.
school.
Oh
Is
yeah.
that legal? How is that
Well,
legal?
you hit 18 or whatever.
Oh God.
But yeah,
I feel like it should be 21 before you do something like that.
Yeah, but man, would I kill for a huge don?
How big would you want?
Well, there's rumors about your cock and balls there, but
I used to have a bit about big dick pills.
Yeah.
And if there was big dick pills, it would take about 30 seconds for the first guy to die of an overdose. No one's gonna take just one. If a pill makes your dick bigger, we'd be thinking like, how many do I take before I get a stroke? Give me one less of that, and let's fucking do this. I'm like, it would change the shape of vaginas because there would be no regular dicks anymore. But then,
there we go.
Here we go.
Taking the big dicks.
With Mike Tyson, who's standing by with Jim Gray. Jim?
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Steve. Mike, was that your shortest fight ever?
I bear witness there's only one God, and Muhammad, blessings and peace be upon him, is his prophet. I dedicate this fight to my brother, Darabon, who died. I'll be there to see you. I love you with all my heart. All praise be to my children. I love you. God, man, what?
Is this your shortest fight ever? In any time, amateur, professional?
Jim Gray hanging in there.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah, Lennox Lewis. Lennox, I'm coming for you.
Mike, is it frustrating to train like you did and then have this in 7 or 8 seconds?
For this fight, I only trained probably 2 weeks or 3 weeks for this fight. I had to bury my best friend. and I dedicated this fight. I wasn't going to fight. I dedicated this fight to him. I was going to rip his heart out. I'm the best ever. I'm the most brutal and vicious and ruthless champion there's ever been. There's no one can stop me. Lynx is a conqueror. No, I'm Alexander. He's no Alexander. I'm the best ever. There's never been anybody ruthless. I'm Sonny Liston. I'm Jack Dempsey. There's no one like me. I'm from Nairclaw. There's no one that can match me. My style is impetuous. My defense is impregnable. And I'm just ferocious. I want your heart. I want to eat his children. Praise be to Allah.
Whoa! That's the craziest post-fight speech of all time.
Yeah.
There is no second place.
No, he's got great writers. Holy
come
shit.
on. And even the way my style is impetuous, my defense is impregnable.
Yeah.
And it was just, bam, I'm Sonny Liston, I'm Jack Dempsey, I'm from Nairclaw. Woo!
He got to there from the easiest question. Was it yes or no question? Is this the shortest fight? All he had to say was yep or nah, and he just went all the way to left field. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was heavy. That was heavy.
I mean, could you be in his entourage? He seems like a guy who could just flip on a dime and you just like, hey, you want the Funyuns? I'll fucking kill you. You're like, oh shit, I'm sorry. We've been best friends for 30 years.
Yeah, I don't know if he would be like that. When I've met him, he's been very nice and very friendly to everybody. But I think when you're a dude that's that fucking driven and that maniacal when you're at your best, I mean, you got to realize, like, throughout his life, all of his great success came from his ability to be ferocious.
Mm-hmm.
All of it.
Right.
I mean, the whole success of his fighting career came from his skill, his technique, and his ability in the heat of the moment to be ferocious.
Yeah.
So he was just geared up for that.
I know.
There it is, right? This is
the other one, the
brawl.
fuck you till you love me.
Yeah.
Oh, God. That guy must have been trembling.
If your noses are not trimmed, then who knows what else isn't trimmed? She is not calling you back.
Heavy.
I mean, how do you go back to the green room with that guy?
You go, you're right, Mike.
Yeah. Good point. Well said.
Well said. I think you did everything perfect. Let's get out of here.
If I was that punk-ass white boy, I would have been running out the fire exit.
That guy still to this day, probably, if he's still alive, probably wakes up in the middle of the night. Jesus!
Yeah.
Thinking of Mike Tyson over his bed.
Oh, I love you.
Punching him in the face.
Holy shit.
But again, like, in the context of a regular life, that is outrageous behavior that you would never expect from anybody. But in the context of a life where you're rewarded for being the most ferocious and you're ruthlessly successful at doing that, like, that is normal. This is like you look at his fights, the stop at Trevor Berbick to win the title. You look at his destruction of Tyrell Biggs and Marvis Frazier, and you go through his career, and of course he's got that in him. That's how he can turn it on.
But that feels like more. There's more there.
That's why he's one of the greatest to ever lace up the gloves.
But it seems like there was some real trauma, like something we don't know about.
100%.
Yeah.
He talked about that trauma, but that trauma is also what motivated him to be so great.
Right.
See, the thing about a guy like him is, like, you can't get there any other way. It wasn't that he was just skillful and just competitive and just unbelievably technically proficient in the art of smashing people with your fists.
Yeah.
He also had an extra gear.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That other people didn't have. He was, and he was even hypnotized when he was a young boy.
Really?
Yeah, Customato, he was telling me the whole story of it on the podcast, that Customato took him when he was a young boy. You got to realize he's like 13 years old. He gets adopted by one of the greatest minds in the history of boxing.
Right.
Customato was he was a hypnotist. He really understood psychology, like, deeply, and he was one of the great boxing trainers. He trained Floyd Patterson, Jose Torres, like, world champions. He's in the game forever.
Yeah.
And he was always looking for that one great fighter, and he found it in this 13-year-old kid, and he knew right away. Because this 13-year-old kid was 190 pounds. 13.
Yeah.
190. jacked at 13
More than
and
me.
just had incredible natural ability and drive
Yeah.
and was getting praised for doing something funny, whereas all of his life he's
Right.
getting shit on and dismissed and locked in jail and all this different stuff. Now all of a sudden he's getting praised for it, and then he's getting hypnotized. He's getting hypnotized by this guy telling him, you don't exist. Only the task exists. Don't fill your mind with thoughts of yourself and good or bad, or I'm a bad person, I'm a good person. You don't exist. You are the task, and you move forward and you attack.
Yeah. Jesus.
When he was saying that you don't exist, like think about just the task exists. So he's got him so focused on going out there and attacking that person. The other person has all these doubts and fears and this and that, and all this shit in their mind, but he's trained to think like a locomotion, just a train, just coming at you. You're not going to stop him. He's just going to figure. He's not filled with self-doubt. He's filled with confidence. He's filled with knowing at the end of him smash you in the face, you're going to be lying on your back, and he's going to get that amazing good feeling that he gets every time he does this.
Right.
So every time he smashes people, he gets this incredible feeling. So he's dedicated, just like we were talking about lazy comics, that lazy comics can become like actually disciplined when they want to get back together to do stand-up. A fighter is so motivated by that great feeling
of winning.
That you just become, the more you feel it, the more you want it, and the more discipline you get, and the more you drive towards it. And that was him.
I know, plus then you had that guy with all that hypnotic shit, and then fame, and then money. I mean, that's a bad gumbo.
It's a bad gumbo.
And look what happened.
Well, he's okay now. He came out on the other side, an interesting person. He really did.
That's true. A lot of people come out of it.
Particularly before the fight. Before he signed on to the fight, the first time I met him and talked to him. I met him before the UFC, but the first time I talked to him on the podcast, he was an interesting guy. He's like a very thoughtful person. He thinks a lot about things. But then he's got that switch. And he turned that switch on before the Roy Jones fight. As you can tell.
Which I think he won.
Yeah, it was a decision.
Yeah.
For sure. But there was no decisions.
I was trying to see if anybody knew who Mike was yelling at in the crowd there.
Oh.
So I Googled and look who was in the crowd. Doing a special report.
Oh, shit.
Live. He was doing it for the Tonight Show with Jay Leno. He's like a whole week
Oh
of
my
shit there.
God, good
And
eye,
Dave was
J-Mo.
there, like talking to tons of people.
Look how skinny Dave is.
What a gig.
It's a young Dave.
You got to bring this up when you see him tonight. This is amazing.
Talking to Lennox. I don't think there's a part where he's talking to Mike here, at least, but
probably for safety.
He may or may not have been the guy who's fucking yelling at.
No,
he's a white boy.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay.
And Dave would never yell out us.
No, I know. I was just, there's joking on my
He was yelling at Jim Brewer.
That's amazing. It's a lot of people are listening. They're like, who are you talking about? Dave Chappelle.
Right. A skinny, young,
very young
goofball
Dave Chappelle. And they're playing rock, paper, scissors. And he just jacked Lennox Lewis. Rock, paper, scissors.
Remember you were a young comic? You'd take these weird gigs?
Yeah. East Coast bitch. That is hilarious.
Wow, you forget the body of work. People have just done so much in showbiz.
Catch new episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience for free, only on Spotify. Watch back catalog JRE videos on Spotify, including clips. Easily, seamlessly switch between video and audio experience. On Spotify, you can listen to the JRE in the background while using other apps and can download episodes to save on data costs, all for free. Spotify is absolutely free. You don't have to have a premium account to watch new JRE episodes. You just need to search for the JRE on your Spotify app. Go to Spotify now to get this full episode of the Joe Rogan Experience. I try so hard. And we're live, Hamilton Morris, sober as fuck. How about you?
Absolutely sober.
Yes, this time. So we did a podcast 7 years ago, and most people apparently didn't know how fucked up we were. But I figured, damn, we're here with Hamilton Morris. We should go deep. And we just kept hitting that joint till I lost most of my grasp on reality while we're talking. It was just a very slippery conversation. I was just too high to form coherent thoughts. It was just whatever I pieced together was just it was it was almost like miming a conversation.
But now 7 years later, and you have a new place.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
You were, in the early days, we did it at my house.
Yeah.
That was way, way, way back in the day.
I had no idea, really. I knew who you were, of course. I didn't know about your podcast entirely. I'd seen clips of you on YouTube, and it wasn't until I was driving home from that recording and my phone just filled with hundreds of emails that I realized, oh wow, this is a serious phenomenon that I was not aware of. and now I see it's just become huge.
It's a weird thing, dude. It's got the wheel. I just sort of have to show up. It's a very strange, and it sounds like false modesty or something like that, but I'm just being totally honest. Like, this thing does itself.
I think a lot of it might have to do with the long form. Because people are so used to seeing people's opinions condensed and filtered into these sound bites and snippets, and to hear an extended conversation with someone where they can actually tell stories and articulate their opinions in a nuanced, careful way is so rare.
I agree. It's one of the reasons why I don't do those shows anymore, like panel shows and things like that. It's just so frustrating.
Oh, it's insane. I have very little experience with that sort of thing, but I did Dr. Oz last year.
One of the worst ones.
Yes, and I don't know how any normal person could function in that sort of environment. I mean, I have a TV show, so arguably I'm well trained for that sort of thing, but unless you're an actor who's prepared a line to say as soon as they point at you, there's no way that you could function, because it's not a genuine conversation. It's just an opportunity to launch one sentence sound bites and then audience applause.
Yeah, and also the audience is such a strange element to add to a conversation. I mean, if you and I were having this conversation exactly in this room, but to the left of us is an enormous group of people, we would feel weird. We would have to address them. We'd have to turn to them. It would be odd.
Following illuminated applause and laughter signs.
Oh, God, those are the weirdest. When there's always the warm-up guy who's like, okay, everybody, we're coming back from break. And they hold up the sign, applause, 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 and everybody goes crazy.
And they create the worst environment. I was on this discussion about kratom. Are you familiar with this?
I'm on it right now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I just took some. I fucked my knee up the other day. I did something, and it's been stiff and painful, so I iced it before I came here, and then I just took 6 of them. See what happens.
Wow.
I took 10 once. Oof.
10 1
10
gram
pills?
capsules? Or
Yeah.
I don't know how much.
I don't know. Can you grab that bag? There's a bag that's sitting right on the sink. I'll tell you exactly what's in it. But now I get why people might think it's a drug.
What is a drug?
Yeah, for sure. But when I took 4, I was like, well, I took 2 for the first time I took it. I took 2, and then a couple times I took it. And it feels like a mild stimulant. But then when you get into the range of 8 to 10 pills, it's like, oh, this will fuck you up. This stuff. The stuff I take is Urban Ice Organics, and see, it says take 2.
It doesn't say the amount of material in the capsule.
What does it say there?
750 milligrams. Okay.
So not quite a gram.
Not quite a gram. All right. That seems like a reasonable amount. But they always construct these things in these ridiculous, dramatic oppositions. Like it was me versus a woman whose son had died of some kratom-associated overdose. And, you know, it turns into a thing like, well, what do you have to say to this woman whose son died? It's like, I don't know. You know, there are people that die from caffeine overdoses as well. It's tragic that this happens.
Have people died from this?
Yes.
How much do you have to take?
An enormous amount. I mean, I think a lot of people set these unrealistic expectations with these drugs where they like a drug, they want to say, it's impossible for it to kill anyone. It's impossible. There's no possible way. If you set that as your standard, you'll always fail, because people will die doing absolutely everything. Running, having sex, defecating. Aspirin, absolutely. There's nothing in this world that can't find its way into a human death. So if people want to say, and even, you know, cannabis, obviously, people say you can't overdose on cannabis, and essentially you can't. But if you look in the medical literature, there are a number of these cannabis-associated fatalities. You know, you can debate them endlessly, but the point is once a drug enters a large enough population, there'll be a number of sensitive individuals, and someone will die. It doesn't mean that the drug is dangerous. It means that it's unrealistic to set a standard where if anything bad happens to anyone, we have to decide that the drug is dangerous and should be banned.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, water kills people. There's a lot of these hazing things where the fraternity kids will be asked to drink a shit ton of water, and people have died from it. A woman died in San Jose a few years back from a contest to drink water to get her son like an Xbox or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that are lethal, but the LD50 for cannabis is like, I mean, you literally have to smoke your body weight or something, right?
It's
something crazy.
It would be very difficult.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that you couldn't get so high that you did something really stupid and wind up dying.
Right.
Yeah, especially dependent upon the person and the biological variabilities.
Right, exactly. And it's just, I think it's also just a sort of a bad road to go down. People always want to emphasize the safety of things, but in my opinion, safety isn't the point. It doesn't ultimately matter to me whether or not something is safe. I think we should have the freedom to do dangerous things if we choose. We're allowed to ride motorcycles, we're allowed to shoot guns, you're allowed to go skydiving and bungee jumping. All those things carry risks, but it's assumed that any adult that does them is aware of those risks.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's also if the society that we live in was just you and I, we were the only two people alive. Who are you to tell me what I can do or me to tell you what you can do? It's ridiculous. And so when you have grown adults, telling a grown adult who's informed what they can and can't do, then it becomes a question of children. Well, then it becomes an education issue, and it becomes a parental issue. I mean, it's just, you can't lie to your children about the effects of certain drugs, because then they're not going to believe you about the actual dangerous ones.
Right. And this is, of course, reflected in the so-called opioid epidemic.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
There's endless finger pointing. Everyone wants to find a culprit that's behind all of it. And the easiest person to blame, of course, are pharmaceutical companies, because everybody hates pharmaceutical companies, so why not blame them?
Right.
But, and I'm not pro-pharmaceutical by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm also not anti-pharmaceutical either. And when you look at the way, for example, the New York Times is covering the opioid epidemic, it's always in this tone of like documents were uncovered that show that executives at Purdue Pharma were aware that morphine was addictive as early as 1999. And it's like, well, of course they were aware. People have known that morphine is addictive for hundreds of years. This is old news. And this whole idea that doctors were convinced by some letter in the New England Journal of Medicine that said that OxyContin isn't addictive is absurd. These are all morphine derivatives. Any adult, especially a medically trained adult, should know that no matter what little variation you make on that molecule, if it's structurally and pharmacologically and qualitatively similar to morphine, of course it's going to be addictive. And that in and of itself isn't even a bad thing. It should be okay to give people addictive drugs as well, as long as everyone's aware of the risks.
As long as they understand a protocol to get off of it. There's so many people that get on these things and then wind up taking them far longer than they're supposed to, because it's easy to get hooked. I mean, we need to at least have some sort of responsible direction that these people need to go to get off of them once they're on them. Because people that get back operations, anything where they prescribe you high doses of opiates, it's a huge problem. I know many, many people that have gotten hooked because of it. And in fact, I should tell you that my good friend Justin Wren, his wife found out about Kratom because of you. Because of your show, he had a problem with his shoulder, got shoulder surgery. They put him on OxyContins. He was fucked up on them, and he was having a really hard time getting off it, having the shakes really bad. And Kratom is the only thing that got him off of it.
Right, and that's not surprising. I mean, this has been known for a very long time in Thailand, and that was actually the reason that it was originally prohibited. I don't know if you're aware of that, but because the government taxed opium and people started using Kratom, then they made Kratom illegal.
Is that the right way to say it? Because people say Kratom. You're the only one I've heard say Kratom.
It's a Thai word. People in Thailand call it Kratom.
Oh, okay.
So people in the U.S. call it Kratom. It's also, they have, it's like Kratom. So they're like, I'm not going to go that far. But Kratom is closer.
If you did, it would be weird.
Yeah. But I feel as, yeah.
Like American people that say Ecuador, Argentina.
But it is Kratom.
Yeah. Kratom. Okay. So we'll try to call it Kratom.
Or something close to that. It's closer to that than Kratom.
Right. And so the reason why it was made illegal was because of the fact that it was pinching some of the profits off of the opium trade.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
And so this has been for a long time that it helps people get off more addictive opioids. And
how does it do that?
Well, it's an opioid itself, and a lot of people don't want to admit or acknowledge that, but I think we need to get beyond this idea that drugs are inherently bad or opioids are inherently bad just because the ones that we're aware of have a lot of problems. You know, in some sense, medicinal chemistry and pharmacology and all this are still in a very primitive state, and there's so much to be learned. So we're mostly giving people these derivatives of morphine that have been around for 100 years, and there are better things. We're going to continuously discover less addictive treatments for pain, and I think that the alkaloids in Kratom are a step in that direction, and which is so tragic that they're trying to now make it illegal, because this is something that, as far as I can tell, has genuinely helped an enormous number of people reduce their intake of more addictive and more dangerous opioids.
Well, one of the things that I felt, I mean, and again, my dose was not extremely high, but when I was on it, I was very coherent. It was clear to me that I was affected by something, but it felt kind of good. It didn't feel bad. It felt a little uneasy, like a little like, whoa, the world feels a little weird right now, but it did not feel like I was impaired. Like, I know a lot of people who take it and exercise. Like, I have a friend, he'll take 10 pills and exercise. It just seems kind of fucking crazy.
Yes.
But he says he has a great workout.
Right.
By taking that stuff before he works out.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to lend itself to a lot of different applications. In Thailand, it's used almost exclusively for that sort of purpose. In the South, it's a drug that laborers use so that they can, collect the latex from rubber trees and just get their job done. That's what it's about. I mean, that's what opioids are about for a lot of the world, both in the United States and in Africa and in Thailand. Is, people live hard lives, and manual labor is painful and repetitive and difficult, and anything that makes that a little bit more manageable is a very important tool for humans.
I always felt like people that did heroin or opiates or something like that were on a very short road death. That was my perception when I was a kid. And then I had a friend who was a longshoreman. They worked on the docks. They would bring fish in and fillet the fish for the market. And he worked with a guy that every day at lunch, the guy would go cop, he would get his heroin, he would shoot it up in his car, and then he'd go back to work. And I was like, he'd go back to work? And you're like, yep, he worked every day. Like, every day he shot up and every day he worked. Like, yeah, he was never late. Nope, just did his work. Like,
right.
Wow. Well, I didn't think you could do that. I thought you did heroin. The next thing you know, you'd just be on the floor in a fetal position in your own urine, and you just would fall apart and die.
Right. Yeah, there's this idea that people sometimes refer to as pharmacological determinism, that a certain drug has to do a certain thing. So alcohol has to sedate and disinhibit you. Heroin has to addict you and make you a slave to it and kill you. Cocaine has to be a euphoric thing that's done at parties that's also very addictive. PCP has to make you strip nude and run around
fighting cops
and punching holes in wooden fences. But when you look at this, anthropologists have looked at certain drugs that are used cross-culturally, like alcohol, and what you find is this whole idea of pharmacological determinism is fundamentally flawed. Drugs behave differently in different cultures, depending on the set and setting of the user. And so you find all sorts of instances that are major exceptions to these rules that we've set up for these various drugs. For example, PCP, which is arguably one of the most ubiquitously maligned drugs in the world. I mean, no one can imagine that PCP is medicinal, but even to this day, PCP is in Schedule 2, not Schedule 1 like cannabis and LSD. Schedule 2, it can still be prescribed, actually, and that because it had a history of medicinal use. There was even PCP psychotherapy in the UK in the 50s. Is something that most people wouldn't believe, but to those patients that were taking it then, there was none cultural association with PCP being a drug that causes psychosis or makes you strip nude. It was simply another tool for a psychiatrist to use and help people release repressed memories or traumas that they were afraid to talk about when sober.
Well, we're seeing that now with MDMA, right? I mean, and also ketamine. Ketamine being used as an actual tool for psychotherapy, particularly for people with depression, is having really good results. My friend Neil Brennan, who's a hilarious comedian, has had struggles with depression. He got great relief from taking ketamine.
Right. And what I think is really interesting is, this is often packaged as a sort of psychedelic renaissance, but I think in a larger context, it's a drug-facilitated psychotherapy renaissance, because it was not just limited to psychedelics. People did something called narcoanalysis, where they would give people sedatives like propofol, the drug that killed Michael Jackson, or various barbiturates or various other drugs, and the relaxing effect would allow people to talk more openly to a therapist, and it was considered very effective. Now this idea of a psychiatrist injecting you with a drug in order to help you talk about your problems it's unheard of. I don't think anyone does it anymore, but it used to be very common, and I think a return to that is going to be really beneficial.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the right drugs with the right cases and the right people, and I think we've got to get past these schedules. That when you have things like marijuana and psilocybin and especially DMT, which your own body produces, is a Schedule I drug, in the famous Terence McKenna line, we're all holding, when it comes to DMT, it's just stupid. It's stupid that these things are Schedule I. When you're saying there's no medical benefit whatsoever or medical application for cannabis, it's fucking crazy. When you want to have something that really actively promotes a distrust in law enforcement. The scheduling of drugs is one of the best ones, because when you look at something like marijuana and you see that that's a Schedule I drug, that's infuriating to people that gain huge benefits from cannabis. I mean, people that have going through chemotherapy, people that have interocular pressure from glaucoma. I mean, you can go down the list over and over and over again. Kids that have epilepsy. There's so many people that have had great benefit, particularly from edible cannabis, for people that have seizures. I mean, you could keep going on and on and on. It's an amazing plant. And to have that demonized because of some ridiculous propaganda from the 1930s that still somehow or another clung on in 2018. We think about all the information we have now with the internet and the fact that cannabis is still Schedule I. You have assholes like Jeff Sessions still saying things like good people don't smoke marijuana. Like, this is crazy talk.
It's crazy, but keep in mind it was just about 100 years ago that alcohol was prohibited in the United States, and it took 13 years to reverse that. And that was alcohol. There's no drug more integrated into our culture than alcohol, and that took 13 years to reverse.
What was that like back then? That must have been madness. When alcohol was illegal, when the cops would come in and jackbooted thugs would knock over gin mills and bust open kegs of whiskey and spit it all out. Like, what the fuck was that like?
It was disastrous, but I think what's interesting about that is it was a worthwhile experiment. To give them the benefit of the doubt, it was worthwhile to see, because on some sense, you could say that prohibition has a certain logic to it. You could say drugs cause problems, so if we just make all drugs illegal, then maybe those problems will disappear. But it didn't work. The experiment failed. And there's nothing wrong with a failed experiment, but it's a problem if you keep repeating it over and over and over again for 100 years looking for a different result.
Right. And then go to other drugs and go, well, this one, let's try this one. Let's make this one illegal.
And it's a terrible PR situation for the police as well. If I were a police officer, I would be the biggest opponent of the war on drugs of anyone in the government, because when you think about why does the average person in New York City love a firefighter? They love firefighters, but they hate cops. Why is that? It's because of the drug war, because a firefighter isn't going to hurt you for something that wasn't really a crime to begin with, for some kind of victimless crime. A firefighter is just there to help you, to save you if you're in trouble. And the same would be true of police officers if it weren't for the drug war. Ideally, there's a little more complexity to it.
Sure, there's certainly more complexity when it comes to shootings and things along those lines. But I mean, the stop and frisk. I read something about stop and frisk in New York when they had that instituted. That most of it was drugs. Most of it was catching people with marijuana.
Yeah.
Which is just fucking insane. You just start, hey, you look like you might be streetwise. Get over here.
And that's the way these laws have functioned from the very beginning. I mean, if you look at drug law in the UK, it tends to be very black and white. Something is legal or illegal. If it's legal, it can be sold in stores because it's legal. If it's illegal, it can't be sold anywhere. In the US, they've instead created this nebulous, far-reaching gray area where there's all sorts of things that are maybe illegal, kind of illegal, do it but don't get caught. And it's created an ability for the government to selectively prosecute people whenever they want, if they want.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be lessening. I mean, when you have someone like Jeff Sessions in office, it's very disturbing. But then Trump says things like he's very strong on states' rights to, pass marijuana laws and things along those lines. Look, you're very incredulous.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose I am a bit incredulous when it comes to Trump doing anything good. But
I think if you told him that people love him more if he did things good, he would do things good.
That's probably true.
I think
if someone that he trusted said it, yeah.
I think that's his. I think we got to get somebody in deep. We got to get a mole in there. Got to get somebody who's good at back rubs.
Gets Ivanka on the podcast. And get her on.
I don't think that'll help. I doubt it'll help. I mean, I don't know what is the thing that'll help. There's also the separation between the drug users and the policymakers.
Yes, and one thing that I am certain will help, and it's sort of tragic that this is the case, but it's capitalism. It's a corporatization of these drugs.
Yes.
Because with cannabis, when it was hippies and the counterculture having marches down the streets of New York holding up 420 signs, it doesn't, I suppose, have all that much clout in the eyes of lawmakers. But when you have some guy from Yale Business School who's never smoked weed, who says, this is a serious business opportunity.
Yeah.
We're going to make it big and get investors, invest millions and millions of dollars into it, hires lobbyists, plays the game like a capitalist, then the laws do change. And I wish that weren't the case, but it is. And it's tragic for the people that did fight and did go to prison and did sacrifice, that then these business school guys come along and reap all the benefits. But that's the way it works.
Yeah, that is the way it works, and that's okay. I mean, it's just a weird path. It's a weird path, but as long as we can get to legalization, I'm 100% for that path. I just think that might be the only way in this weird country. This country is so enamored with money. I mean, we're so enamored with money and profits, and even for dying people, even old, like Warren Buffett invested shit tons of money in warehouses to sell to grow cannabis in Colorado when the laws were passed. I mean, that guy's 150,000 years old. He's worth billions of dollars, and he's like, who gives a shit? I'm making more money now, and more and more and more. I mean, even when they're really old, they're massively motivated by profit.
Yes. And I think the same will be true for psychedelics, and will probably be true for all of these things, because you need to have lobbyists. And you need to have this sort of typical collar support to push things forward.
I agree. I don't see any other way around it right now. I mean, the real hope is that cannabis, not that it will get rid of capitalism, but that we'll figure out. It's hard to wear those things with glasses on, right?
Yes.
Ari's talking about it. The glasses dig in your head. That cannabis not just cannabis, but cannabis will open the door to all these different substances that will allow people to gain a greater perspective. This is the ultimate goal, in my opinion, is to give people the opportunity to step outside the momentum of their lives and look at things with fresh eyes and make clearer decisions. This is one of the best things that I think that drugs provide, is that these psychedelic drugs in particular provide an escape from the momentum of this life that you've created or that you've found yourself a part of. It's very difficult for people to stop behavior patterns, to stop and to just look at themselves objectively and sort of rethink, regroup, and reassess. And this is one of the best things about cannabis and about psilocybin and a lot of these other psychedelic drugs, is that it gives you this newfound perspective that allows you to reconsider things.
Yes, absolutely. And I think with, ketamine and the treatment of depression, it's a similar idea, because depressed people become used to these very ingrained patterns of thinking, and anything that can break you out of that can shake it up for a minute and maybe give you a different perspective, I think is inherently therapeutic.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think I'm hoping that what I see, and this is what I believe I see, is that we're changing our perceptions of it. I had a conversation with a friend of mine the other day about marijuana, where we were talking about how you used to hide whether or not you did it from certain people. And now that group of people that you have to hide it from is smaller and smaller. And that it seems like everyone casually smokes marijuana now in our circles. There's so many people that do. There's a few that don't, sober people and whatever. But it's way more common. Whereas 10, 15 years ago, this was something you hid. If you had a good job, if you had a family, this is not something you wanted people to know about.
And what I think is really interesting is that in and of itself changes the nature of the cannabis experience. So I think if somebody uses cannabis in a culture that supports it, that approves of it, their experience will be better by virtue of that fact.
Right.
So there's a certain shame that a lot of people feel when using any drug. I, for whatever crazy reason, feel it a little bit with cannabis. It's, just a hair of, I should be studying, I should be reading, I should be, more focused. This is a little hedonistic, it's a little comfort oriented. I should be working harder. But that's, I think, just the vestige of this propaganda that I've been fed or something like that. Or maybe it's true, but I understand from one perspective why the cannabis culture drums the benefits of cannabis so hard, that it cures all disease, that it's good for you, that it cures cancer, all this stuff. Because if you have that in your mind, at the very least, it's going to reduce that sort of internal shame that you might feel. It makes the entire experience healthier and more beneficial, because we do construct these limitations. We construct these experiences to some extent. So if you decide that cannabis is a dissociative drug that's hedonistic and comfort-oriented and will take you away from your responsibilities, that's what it will become. But if you decide, like Terence McKenna did, that it's an intellectual catalyst, that it will facilitate your ability to read and learn and think and write, then it will become that as well.
Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because people that take it that are prone to paranoia, or that are dealing with like some difficult issues in their life right now that they're perhaps trying to avoid, it becomes an uncomfortable experience. Whereas people that are happy and having a good time and in a good place, the marijuana will sort of enhance that. It'll give you this loving, warm feeling of comfort and of like sort of acceptance of your existence, and it's going to be okay.
Right. But I think even the paranoia is like a sort of meme, you could say, a sort of vestige of this propaganda that makes people afraid, in the same vein as the bad trip. I think the concept of a bad trip is a very damaging concept, because, and I know from personal experience, I never really used psychedelics in high school with the exception of salvia, because I was terrified of a bad trip. I'd talk to friends who describe bad trips, and they'd say, oh, it's a bad trip. It's really bad, it's scary. And I would think, oh, that's terrible. I would never want a bad trip. I'm never going to touch these things, because a bad trip would be too much for me to tolerate. And then I started using psychedelics, and I realized there's no such thing as a bad trip any more than there's a bad meal or a bad relationship or a bad day. I mean, having an occasional bad thing in life doesn't stop you from doing things like eating or having relationships or living typically. So
what do you mean by are you saying there's no such thing as a bad trip?
Yes.
You're saying there's no such thing as a bad meal?
I'm saying that there is such thing as a bad meal, but it wouldn't prevent you from tripping. And I think that even wouldn't prevent you from eating, rather. Sorry about that. But I think even these bad trips, although they can be difficult, are beneficial and are a learning experience in the same way that a bad meal could be. You learn not to go to that restaurant, or maybe you learn something about what makes you sick or what to be careful of in the future. If you are approaching life from a non-fearful perspective where your intention is to learn, then you can extract benefit from almost any experience. And these difficult psychedelic experiences, I genuinely believe, and this is what is maybe the hardest thing to communicate about psychedelics, is that it's the difficult ones that are often the best. Those are the ones that really teach you something. And when you're trying to talk about psychedelics with people who've never used them, it's not a great selling point to say, oh, the best thing that can happen is you're going to think you're going to die. But that is arguably the best thing that can happen, is to think that you're going to die, because that's a confrontation with the overarching fear, the fear that generates all other fears. And if you conquer that fear, then almost certainly improve.
Well, what is one thing that's sort of genuinely universally accepted as a beneficial experience is a near-death experience. It's sort of universally accepted as a transformative moment in people's lives. Like, I had this near-death experience and I realized, wow, I got to get my shit together. After that heart attack, I realized that life is a gift, and I changed the way I think about things, and I started calling people that I loved and telling them that I loved them. This is the same. You can get a near-death experience from cannabis. You just don't ever die. Like, really do. I mean, it's the death of so many perceptions and so many things about your life, especially from edible cannabis, which I think is probably one of the least understood and most potent things that people are consuming on a daily basis. I can't tell you how many times I've given someone edible marijuana and they're fucking convinced that it's been laced with something awful and that they're going to die. But then afterwards, they come out of it and they're like, oh, I got some work to do. The only way I would disagree with you is people that are prone to psychotic breaks.
Yes.
People, because there is an absolute genuine connection between people who have a slippery hold on reality and some experiences with psychedelics that lead them down a bad road.
That's true. It's a stressor, and like all stressors, it can precipitate a psychotic break. They've done pretty large-scale epidemiological analyses of psychedelic drug users versus the non-psychedelic drug using population, and the incidence of mental illness isn't any higher. So I don't think that you can argue that psychedelics cause mental illness, but you can, in some measures, it seems to actually reduce it in terms of things like alcoholism, substance abuse disorders. But it'd be a stressor that would precipitate such an episode in a susceptible individual. And I had a very traumatic and formative experience myself where my best friend had a psychotic break while I was with him tripping. So I've seen this firsthand. I know exactly what it looks like.
Yeah, I've had friends have real bad experiences too, where they're screaming and yelling and then disassociative, and then afterwards become very strange and have a really hard time with reality for a bit.
Yeah.
I've never seen someone have a complete psychotic break from it.
He never recovered.
Never.
He never recovered. He was my best friend at the time, and he never recovered.
So he was fine before the psychedelics?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
But again, and that happened early.
So now he's still fucked?
Yes.
Damn.
But again, I typically don't tell that story in public because it could be misinterpreted as a scare story. It's impossible to prove the counterfactual. Would it have happened without psychedelics? Almost certainly. I can't say. All I know is that he took a very high dose of a psilocin ester and had this episode. He was hospitalized and he was not the same afterwards. So I'm aware that this is something that happens, but it also typically happens in the early 20s, late teens, the same time that people typically have psychotic breaks and develop schizophrenia.
Yeah, the instances of schizophrenia in people who use cannabis are, cannabis in particular, but I don't know about other psychedelics, but I would imagine they're very similar. They're exactly the same as the incidences of schizophrenia in non-using populations. It's like 1%. 1% across the board seem to have issues with schizophrenia. And the real question is, how many of those people could, is it avoidable? Like, if your friend had never done that and instead had, become a marathon runner or something and, found some other outlets for his energy, would he have never gone down that road? We don't know.
It's impossible
to say. It's impossible to say. I think it's very important to talk about that, though. And with further research, perhaps we could isolate genes, like they have for CTE. Now they have, they can do an analysis of your genes and then determine whether or not something like football would be a dangerous path for you because you have a higher probability of developing CTE. It would be wonderful if they figured out a way to do that with psilocybin or with cannabis or with anything else and be able to recognize the potential links to psychotic breaks and to, a host of different mental disorders that could possibly be triggered by high doses.
Yes. This is one of so many things that needs to be done. And that's, everyone's very excited about all this clinical research that's happening right now. I'm excited about it as well. But on one level, it is very politically oriented research. You know, the things that they're looking at have actually typically been done before, not all of it, but the aim is to firmly establish these things that have been known for a long time. Psilocybin occasions mystical type experience, or MDMA is useful for treating PTSD, or psilocybin has an anti-addictive effect. These are things that people have known for a little while, but now it's about proving it. But I'm really looking forward to getting deeper into these serious questions about actually how these drugs interact with various subtypes of serotonin receptors, because I think that they're going to be very important tools for understanding consciousness as a whole.
Yeah, it would also be interesting knowing how they react to different diets. You know, when people are eating certain types of foods that are bad for your body, I would really be curious to see what kind of effect that has. I mean, when you have real large-scale research that goes over really important variables in terms of like human health, and then you add in these different substances, whether it's psilocybin or cannabis or whatever it is, it's going to be interesting to see how the body reacts to these various perturbances, these various changes of your state.
Yeah, and that's, traditionally in a lot of these indigenous groups, the diet plays a big role in the way that the drug is administered. And I think we're slowly rediscovering a lot of things that have been known for tens, maybe hundreds, maybe thousands of years in some of these indigenous groups. Have you had a chance to see any of my new show?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I think you'd like it.
I'm sure I'd like it. I like your old show.
Yeah, I think it's a lot better than the old show. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. I had the opportunity to look at the way salvia is used in the mountains of Oaxaca, and, Native American peyote use and all these different things. And yeah, there's so much to be learned from all of these traditions that are not reflected in the current clinical climate, because they can't be. But I think that that's going to be a part of it, is slowly integrating these other alkaloids that are present in the plants to see what role they play. Same way that, the initial medicalization of cannabis was Marinol, which is just THC and sesame oil. But now there's increased understanding of the way these accessory cannabinoids modulate the THC experience, or whether THC is even the primary therapeutic agent for certain disorders. And I imagine the same thing will be true for peyote and for the iboga alkaloids, and probably even for some of the chemicals found in mushrooms.
So when you're doing a show, have you had any problems? Have you had any push against what you're doing, or any issues with it being on Vice?
An enormous amount of freedom. Ultimately I have very, very little to complain about when it comes to censorship. There was the way the show got started, the actual TV show, is sort of an interesting story, where they were starting Viceland, and a producer who's now gone gave me this deck of drug stories they were going to do, and they were all kind of terrible scare stories, like the new drug Bromo Dragonfly, it's killing teens. A new drug
Bromo Dragonfly. Is that
Bromo.
real?
Yeah.
What is that?
It's a really fascinating compound developed by this chemist David E. Nichols, who found that these conformationally constrained benzofuran amphetamine derivatives are like very high potency DOB derivatives. Anyway, it's a super potent psychedelic amphetamine that has a cool tricyclic structure.
Huh.
And it looks like a dragonfly. The molecule looks like a dragonfly, kind of.
And it's got a very high...
Yes, it's super, super potent and very, very long lasting. Ooh. So it lent itself to scare stories. People, it's a potent vasoconstrictor, so people with very high doses of it, and occasionally they would have to amputate a finger or something like that. But again, this isn't because the drug is bad, it's because people used it irresponsibly. And this is something that people have so much difficulty understanding. We're so eager to blame drugs for all of our problems. Drugs have never hurt anyone. They're inanimate constellations of carbon and hydrogen, nitrogen and oxygen. They don't jump out of their bags and vials and attack your serotonin or receptors or dopamine transporter or anything like that. So this is just a weird pattern that we've done repeatedly over time. And I don't know if you read the new Michael Pollan book. I know he was on the podcast.
I'm in it right now.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it is great.
But one thing that I thought was interesting about it is that he put a lot of the emphasis on the prohibition of psychedelics on Leary. And Leary almost certainly played a role, but I think it's slightly ironic that he's a journalist and didn't really go that deep into the role that journalists played in all of this, which was humongous. You know, journalists are sculptors of public opinion, and it became the standard way of reporting on any of these things to say that they're bad, to sensationalize it, and to not have any consideration for what that would do. Because anytime a journalist writes some scare story, really mess with drug policy in a serious way. It might seem like nothing, like, oh, there's a bunch of people in Brooklyn and they overdosed on some obscure synthetic cannabinoid, AMB fubinica. Who cares about AMB fubinica? No big deal. Say that it turns people into zombies, and if it gets thrown into Schedule 1, who cares? Not a big deal. Well, that's a very short-sighted way of thinking about all of this, because that's exactly what happened with psychedelics. And then we're not learning from the mistakes of the past, that just because something it's fun to sensationalize and talk about how dangerous it is at this moment doesn't mean that 10 years from now we're going to recognize that it has serious therapeutic potential and we made a big mistake outlawing it. And I think a lot of that also comes from this sort of us versus them mentality that people have, where it's cannabis is good, synthetic cannabinoids bad. Well, synthetic cannabinoids don't have to be bad for cannabis to be good. Cannabis can be good without something else being bad to counterbalance it. You don't need to hate something to justify your love of cannabis. And this whole hatred of synthetic cannabinoids, I think, is totally misdirected, because these are products of prohibition that most people wouldn't even want to use in the first place. And when they do use them, they don't know what they're taking. They don't know what dose they're consuming. And so, of course, they're having bad experiences. That would happen with almost any drug, caffeine included, if people just consumed enormous unmeasured doses without having any idea what they were getting into. And so they're thrown into Schedule 1. Well, what happens if 30 years from now, once the therapeutic potential of cannabinoids is being really seriously explored, we find out that that AMB fubinica that everyone was saying turned homeless people into zombies in Brooklyn in 2017 turns out to activate a certain subtype of the CB1 receptor that's especially useful for Parkinson's disease or something like that. Then we're going to regret having done that. So I think people have to be very careful. Anytime you say anything negative about a drug, you have to be very, very careful, because the implications can be enormous. I think that the best stance, all of this, is to not speak ill of drugs, of any drug. Give the drugs a break.
Like a true drug enthusiast. But it's not a problem also with just what journalism is. It's like asking a comedian to talk about something but not make fun of it. That's what their job, in a certain sense, is to get people excited about things. And I don't know whether you'd say the lazy way out or the common approach is to say something that scares people. I mean, that's what clickbait is mostly about, either outrage or fear.
That's true, but there's a lot of richness in truth.
I agree, but it's hard to sell. It's hard to sell that richness. I don't think it's even hard
to sell. I think that people are lazy, you know. Right. There's this idea that a lot of people have that, you know, journalism is organized by some malevolent Rupert Murdoch type puppeteer who's telling everyone to, you go off and you say that cannabis causes car accidents, and you go off and you say this evil thing about this and say that alcohol is good.
Did you see when Alex Jones was on my podcast and got high with me? We got him drunk and high, and it came up in his trial for his divorce. He said that George Soros he tests marijuana every year to see how much George Soros is influencing the levels of THC. That was his excuse.
But people love these ideas. They love the ideas of the puppeteer, the malevolent puppeteer, because it denies individual agency. But the reality, and I say this as a journalist who's worked at many different publications, not just Vice, and this is a difficult reality to swallow, is that people are free to say whatever they want most of the time. And that journalists choose to report on things this way.
Yeah, that is true, but it's also true that I've been a part of stories where I've talked to the author of it, and they said, well, this was manipulated by the editor. The editor manipulated the title, the change.
Well, that's a great excuse from the perspective of the writer.
But it's true. Like, Rotom did an article about me, and they called me a psychedelic warrior. And I said to the guy who wrote the article, what the fuck is that? I was laughing, and he goes, dude, I did not write that.
Yeah.
The editor gets a hold of it, tries to make it more salacious. It becomes something that's it's more likely for people to buy or click.
Right, especially with headlines. That is true. And the real problem is that this sort of outrage culture and comment culture that has emerged provides no incentive for truth. Because suppose someone were to write an article about this conversation we're having right now, and it could say, Hamilton Morris says kratom should be illegal, or something like that, then that will get so much more engagement, because then you'll have all these people saying, fuck Hamilton, he's a traitor, how dare he say that it should be illegal, that it didn't watch it. And then you have other people arguing with those people saying, well, listen to the interview, hey, he actually never said anything about that, listen carefully to what he was saying. And then you create whole engagement, a bigger engagement for doing the wrong thing than you get for doing the right thing.
True, but the initial statement is much stickier. The initial statement of Hamilton Morris is a bad guy, illegal. That is what more people are going to pay attention to. Far less people read the retraction than read the initial.
Of course.
This is one of the real more insidious things about printing things that are patently untrue purposely. That people do things that are untrue with the caveat that they could just print a retraction that maybe 30% of the people that read the original article are going to read. The initial imprint is what's going to stick with people. Even if someone calls you a rapist, okay, and then it turns out that the person who called you a rapist was lying. The people who heard you were a rapist first, they still have that in their head. Oh, he's a rapist. I heard he's a rapist. Right. It's very difficult to get slippery ideas out of people's heads. So if somebody write some article saying that you're against the legalization of certain drugs, and they start looking at you as being compromised. The influence that people have today can't be understated because the reach is so powerful. The reach of any article, any video, it's so significantly greater than any other sort of distribution of information in the history of human beings. The potential for it impacting large groups of people is so huge now.
Yes. And this is the result of that is also that the viewers have a lot of power. And I think that in some sense, they don't quite recognize the nature of that power. It's like voting with your dollar. If you spend all your time commenting hatefully on things you don't like, you are actively encouraging the production of more of that thing that you don't like.
Right.
If you like something, you need to engage with what you approve of more, because every time you engage with something you dislike, advertisements are sold, and it has been incentivized to do that bad thing. And that's a really sticky thing when we have this culture where everyone loves to show their outrage and virtue signal and show that they're on the right side and all this stuff constantly, to say, hey, step back, you're just feeding the problem.
Yeah. I think there's also a problem with a lot of what people are doing during the day is something they don't want to do. A lot of what people are doing is some job that they don't enjoy, and during that job, they have freedom to go online. And in this state of feeling like shit about what they're doing, they enjoy complaining about stuff. And so they'll read things and type things and get engaged in things. And there's some sort of a sport to getting pissed off about stuff. Instead of just spending your time doing things you actually enjoy. It seems so simple. It sounds like a simple solution. But if you could figure out a way to actively ignore things that are going to piss you off and seek out things that are going to excite you and intrigue you, you're going to be a healthier, happier person. And isn't that ultimately what everybody wants? I want to be happier. Don't you want to be happier?
Of course.
But why do we seek out shit that pisses us off?
Because it becomes a sort of addiction.
Yes.
It's like in and of itself. I mean, I see it. These arguments. These people are frittering away their finite time on Earth, engaged in these endless comment battles that no one reads, and it's a very dark reality. But it is also something that's driving the current culture of journalism where truth doesn't matter as much. All that matters is engagement.
Right. It's just clicks. It's just clicks and money. It's interesting that you were saying something about drugs being inanimate objects and drugs don't have to kill people. It's so funny how drug enthusiasts parallel gun enthusiasts with their arguments. It's really the same freedom argument.
And it's really, I'm in an interesting perspective because I live in New York. I'm like just a nerdy guy that doesn't...
Let me guess, you live in Williamsburg.
I do. Yes, yeah. Big surprise. Well, that's where the office that I work. I live close to the office that I work at. But I have no interest in guns. So it's really easy for me to say, well, look, there was this shooting and all these people died, and this other guy got shot, and these things are really causing a lot of problems. Let's get rid of them because it doesn't impact me. And that's where you have to be the most careful, because the worst thing you can possibly do is make judgments about how other people should conduct their lives based on your own preferences, which people do all the time. So you hear someone say, well, I don't like cannabis. I don't smoke. Why should it be legal? Because people go to prison for it, because it ruins people's lives who aren't your own, and you have to think about people that aren't you. And so it's very difficult when it comes to gun control issues, because I'm faced with that exact same issue, where it would be so easy for me to say, get rid of them all. It doesn't impact me. I don't like guns, but I don't want to fall into that same trap.
Yeah, it is a trap. And it also sort of highlights how slippery life is in general, that these absolutes that we look for, these ones and zeros, they don't necessarily exist in a lot of subjects. There's a lot of people that have done bad things that have also done great things. And that gets weird too. Just human beings in general. We're complex. And to just categorize something as negative or positive, there's a lot of positive things that you could find with drugs. There's a lot of negative things you can find with drugs too, and they mirror human behavior. There's a lot of positive and negatives in human behavior.
Yes, and back to this journalistic issue and the coverage of drugs. I mean, one thing that worries and kratom and psychedelics are presented is that it's always couched in they're safe, they're therapeutic, they're spiritual, they're historical. But that isn't the point. Even if all those things are true and there's some debate, eventually someone will find a chink in that armor. Someone will die. Maybe haven't been used as long as you thought they were used. Maybe they don't always work therapeutically. So then what? Do you go back to prohibition? No, that's why I think you need to emphasize cognitive liberty. You need to emphasize people's right to explore these alternate states of consciousness, regardless of whether or not they're therapeutic or safe or traditional or spiritual. The point isn't that it's safe or any of these other things. The point is that if you want to live in a free society, you have to be allowed to take a certain amount of risk.
Yeah, that's a big point. That's a very big point. And I think it fits well with your description of the things that people are allowed to do that are legal, that are very dangerous, like race car driving, bungee jumping, all these things that we just allow them to do. We don't think twice about it. Using a parachute, all that crazy shit. We just openly, nobody's saying, hey, we should ban skydiving. There's no one saying that. But fucking a lot of people die skydiving, man. I mean, it's a fucking dangerous pursuit. We don't seem to care. We seem to care about drugs because we think that somehow or another, either our children or someone we know is going to be insidiously infected with these things. They're going to get into their lives and fuck them up. And I think the real problem with that is education. That's the real problem with that. I was extremely fortunate in a weird way to see someone with a cocaine addiction when I was in high school. It was a good friend's cousin who got really fucked up on cocaine when he was a couple of years older than me. And I watched his life fall apart. And I remember thinking when I was little, like, wow, I don't want to touch that shit. Like, cocaine's fucking terrible. And then from then on, I've never done cocaine. But it's because of that education. And I think ill education is it's a fucking tough thing because you don't really just get it from knowing information. You have to see things. You have to talk to people. You have to experience things on your own. If someone talks about psychedelics, someone teaches about psychedelics, but they have no experience in actual psychedelic states personally, it's a very hollow conversation. It's like a certain amount of education has to be from real life experience.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is just, again, this idea of pharmacological determinism. Like, I had a friend that was very, very, very seriously addicted to cocaine and had the resources to do immense quantities every single day. And he'd always say, well, if I try heroin, I know it's all over for me. I know that will be the last straw, so I'm never touching that stuff. And he didn't. But my own perspective, I've essentially tried everything. And if you really just think about these things, you can actually learn. For example, I've tried heroin once. I didn't think it was that interesting.
Did you do it injecting?
No.
You snorted it?
I snorted it, yeah.
Yeah, what was it like?
It was boring, I think.
Boring?
Yeah. I don't think opiates are very interesting drugs psychologically. You know, if I were to be totally honest, I think the cannabis is more euphoric and has so few side effects. You know, opiates cause horrible constipation. They cause all kinds of weird sweating problems. I don't think they're especially pleasant drugs, but they're romanticized so much in our culture that people think that's it. Heroin, the ultimate high. Well, maybe it isn't. Maybe it's not even that great at all. Maybe it's garbage and it doesn't even matter. And that's the same way I feel about snorted cocaine. I don't even think it's a good drug. It's not an issue of it's so addictive you've got to stay away from it because it's so damn good. It's not good. It's not even an enjoyable high. It has a short duration. You then feel bad almost immediately afterwards. It's a flawed substance. Same is true of alcohol, I think, as well. Alcohol is a crazily flawed molecule. It's terrible. No other drug that I can think of causes a hangover of that type, where there's a toxic metabolite that poisons you the following day.
Dr. Carl Hart trying to explain to me.
Activities that require you to remove your mask. Shorty, pull your mask up, man. Pull your mask up. We are heading into the 4th week of these mandates, and I recognize that Friday will. Hold on one second, Shorty. Come on, man. Look, people dying, Shorty. You know I have no problem with that, but people need to hear this information because they're dying. No, not you. People dying, Shorty. Stand, hold tight for a second. We are at Hamilton campus for making their space available. Before we close and take a few questions, I wanted to address the mandate.
What up, though? These freaky girls. These freaky girls. But Papa Dot had a gun. What the fuck are you doing, Cheddar Bob? Where the fuck you get a gun from? So what, my best friend Cheddar Bob shot himself in the leg with his own mom's gun? Cheddar Bob. Boo. What are you doing, Boo? What do you want? Come in. What? What do you want? Why you come jumping on me like that? Huh? What's the problem? Come on, let's go. Let me take this dog outside. Come on, let's go. Go downstairs. Hurry. You just went out. You good now? Stop looking at my hands. I got paint stuff on my hands. How you want to lick paint thin off my hands? I didn't think so. Stop. Stinky breath. Why your breath smell like fish? Why your breath smell like fish? You got stinky breath. Stop licking my hand. Stop licking my hand. Stop licking my pants. Why you gotta lick every damn thing, yo? Jesus Christ. You want to hit a blunt? Here. No. Why you look all shame and shit? Don't tuck your ears back now. What bother you too then, little nigga? Take your ass down, say everybody wants you up here. No how. Licking on my damn palms and shit. So, what the fucking deal is? What are you cool cats getting into? Honestly, I don't even know what the hell to listen to right now. I don't even know what to play.
Decades of record-setting hits.
The Bee Gees.
Three brothers, the most successful.
This shit say, please restart my computer. What the fuck? Okay. So. Still working our way through this commission portrait today. I feel like I'm making some pretty decent progress. Only been here about 3 hours, and we got most of the face with a second layer of paint. So it's actually starting to like really take shape now. The second layer of paint is normally my most exciting layer. That's where you can really see a lot of the details, and you can kind of gauge what the final painting is going to look like. So always enjoy this part of it. I may actually work on the hair a little bit, and then continue on with the rest of her face. I kind of messed the glasses up a little bit, so I'm gonna have to redo the frames on her glasses probably. Kind of like reshape them, but I don't think that'd be too hard. I angled one side up too high, so I just pulled that one lens down a little bit, and I think the frames on the glasses will look all right. That one lens is angled. Oh shit, knocking shit down. Like this lens, this frame needs to come down like right here. Come down some. And this part, I have to come down a little bit. I had it up too high. But that's the joys of painting. You get to correct all that shit, yeah. My girlfriend talks about this painting all the time. She really loves this painting. I think it's time for me to take all these paintings that are hanging in here and take them downstairs, and then bring some artwork from downstairs up here just to swap it out and, you know, change it up a little bit. I've had these paintings in here for about a year now, but I got tons of art around the house, and now with more stuff starting to accumulate, like I got a big house. I got a nice size house, yo, and I don't have enough wall space. Well, that's a lot. The one room across the hall has nothing hanging on the walls. So technically, I could hang another maybe 3 or 4 big paintings in there, but nobody hardly ever goes in that room anyway to see stuff. It's just storage, so I've never tried to hang anything in there. But yeah, I keep thinking about swapping some of this stuff out. Dude, what's good, bro? Damn. Oh shit, got myself tangled up. That's what art should do, man. Art should provoke a emotional response. So that's the reason I got 2 loved ones. I won't paint, yo. It's not that I won't. I feel like I just can't paint, you know. And Yes, one member is she was the pillar of our family, my grandmother. And my family members have asked me like at least 3 times over the years, why don't you never paint a picture of Ma? Why don't you never paint a picture of Grandma? And it's like, I don't want to do that. I just don't want to. I don't know, maybe one day, but I don't know. But for other people, you know, that's what y'all want. I said it's coming along nicely. And I have, like, if you guys notice, I've been doing more painting and less talking. Once again, just because this is a commission project, I do want to, like, be diligent in working on this particular piece. Hope everybody having a good day. I go see my doctor on Monday, and so I might be back to work next week. So this is like my last week off work, y'all. So, and it just so happened I got this commission too. So this last week off work, I definitely want to work on this piece as much as I can. Ooh-wee. Yeah. Oh, no. It's the same injury. You know what I'm saying? This should be my last doctor visit with my surgeon. My healing time was estimated at 12 weeks. And so Monday will be my 12 weeks. So we'll just take it from there. I can walk normally, and I can wear 2 shoes now without any pain or anything, but my leg still isn't back to normal strength, so I can't stand on my tippy toes. I really can't push off on this foot with, all my weight on it yet, so I just have to continue to do my stretches and strength training to get back to normal. But as far as pain, the pain is negligible at best, It barely hurts at all. Now, if I do a lot of walking in one day, my ankle still swells up a lot, yo. It gets swollen sometimes, but other than that, I think I'm pretty good. So, my doctor may release me on like some light duty, where I'm not lifting or carrying heavy things or standing on my feet for long hours at a time. But like I said, it just all depends on what the doctor says. All depends on what the doctor says.
Stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight
got some emails here.
Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant, well...
Alright, anybody talking my shit? Yo, check them out.
Hello, my brother.
Well, yep.
What you doing?
In the studio streaming. What are you cooking up? Some tacos?
Spaghetti.
Oh, that's what's up.
Lena said, hey.
Hey, what up, girl?
Call me back when you get up. I want to talk to you.
Alright, it won't be long.
Okay.
Alright.
FaceTime me back.
I'll FaceTime you.
Okay.
Alright. My damn sister want me to FaceTime her when I get finished streaming. You said there's a delay. Fucking up my colors over here, man. Hold up. I think I'm probably gonna need a little bit of purple. Oh. Now where is my purple? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Black, man. Okay. Black, man. Yeah. Okay. Man. Ba-da-dum-bum-ba-da-da-dum. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
you're tired of reading about other people getting rich in the stock market, this might be a good day for you. And that's
Yo, fuck that brush up. I need to get me a new small brush, man, because I always wind up fucking up my small brushes where the bristles won't act right. Yep, I think I messed up all my small liner brushes because this one doesn't look like it's in too good of a shape either. Shit. Look how that shit is separating. Oh my god. brush is clean. When you need the brush, you don't have it. Once again, I need to open a apprenticeship so I can have somebody else do this part. Alright, I found the liner brush that's not totally shit.
Starts in 3, 2, 1. Rent or buy the latest hit movies on YouTube. Watch the biggest blockbusters, family favorites, laugh out loud comedies, and more. No way! Watch on the
In order to work together, we gotta see what each other can do. We all did our thing.
Now show us.
out of our control. It's not like he wants to kill. He just doesn't want to die. You know what I'm saying? It's that situation. We are living in a war zone. I feel like.
I had said this before. Daniel in California, you were on with
Yes.
Dennis and Matt.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Just fine.
So I called because I want to talk about flood mechanics and how modern science is starting to prove that the flood has happened.
Oh boy.
Yeah, modern science is not starting to prove that the flood, not a global flood.
Very much so, a global flood.
Then explain the cultures that survived it?
Yeah, they didn't seem to notice the flood?
Yeah.
Well, we know our genealogy has been found to come from a few thousand families from the area where the Ark had landed.
We don't know where the Ark had landed.
Right.
You have no evidence that there was an Ark.
Where the Ark believed to have landed.
Okay, I don't give a shit where the Ark was believed to land. Somebody finds that every couple of years. Prove there was an Ark.
I'm here to prove there was a flood.
Okay. Okay. Then we have pine trees 9,000 years old.
When was this flood?
9,000 years ago.
We have clonal tree colonies older than that. It does not work. Huh?
There's trees older than 9,000 years old?
Yes.
That I'm not sure about, but I'll tell you where you can find your answers. If you go to Talk Origins, there's an index to creationist claims, and I was just going to pull it up to look, because here's the thing. Not a scientist, not a flood expert, don't have any expertise in the area, so I would have to rely on those people. You think that about 9,000 years ago there was a flood, and that science is confirming this. What new findings of science do we have that support the notion that there was a global flood about 9,000 years ago?
Just to start, I want to say that I'm a non-denominational Christian. Most of my views don't follow the norms of most beliefs.
How is that remotely relevant to the scientific findings related to a flood?
I just wanted to edit before. The findings would be like, I'm sorry if I'm butchering her name. Is it Marie Schrader, the one who found the malleable proteins in the T-Rex fossil?
I have no idea.
I forget her name, but they found malleable proteins in the fossil, which they know can only live roughly 5,000 years, give or take a couple.
Wait, you think dinosaurs existed 5,000 years ago?
Their estimation was roughly 5,000 years, but it could give or take a couple thousand years. I believe dinosaurs died in the flood. I believe the flood included the extinction of the dinosaurs, it included asteroids, the creation of plate tectonics, and possibly a collision between the Milky Way galaxy and one of its satellite systems.
This is Golga. Hey. This is Golga's personal trimmer.
The sharpest rock in the whole forest.
Thank goodness for evolution, huh?
That was rude.
Oh my god! Their own history.
Okay, in the interest of honesty, I have to say, no, the oldest tree alive is 4,500 years old.
I thought 9,000 was a bit much. But I stopped there. Unfortunately, Daniel's no longer with us. On the show, and potentially in reality.
Oh.
Here's the thing. Much like the other caller who wanted to try to call to prove that Jesus was a fiction, invented, blah, 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 blah. As soon as you start saying modern science is proving a global flood, and then you try to date dinosaurs to 5,000 to 9,000 years ago.
No. Not going to work.
Yeah, if you think humans and dinosaurs ever walked the earth together, the Flintstones is not a fucking documentary.
Right.
And no credible scientist on the planet, supported by any evidence, would hold that that's the case. It was everything. It was, this happened, 9,000 years ago, and men and dinosaurs cohabitated. And then the Milky Way galaxy collided with one of its, and I'm like, holy crap. I hit my limit for...
Right.
First of all, I don't have the relative expertise to debunk all that, but you can go to talkorigins.org, where at least the passingly sensible claims that we can address have been addressed in the index to creationist claims. But that said, it's interesting that someone would call up and say, oh, I think this. I'm more concerned with why. And if you think, so science isn't a person, science isn't a thing, it's not a cabal. Science originally just meant knowledge, and so the things we describe as scientific findings are tentative, they are based on the best evidence, and they have to be falsifiable. And I'm not appealing in any fallacious sense to authorities, because it's only fallacious if you say it's true because they said it's true, or if you appeal to an insufficient authority. When we're talking about scientific experts and the data, it's not fallacious to say these are the findings of science.
Right.
Because we're not saying it's true. But if you think you're going to turn all of science on its head and date dinosaurs to 9,000 years ago, do not call this show. Submit your paper and earn your Nobel Prize. Submit your paper for peer research. Go after the actual expert. If you call in to say, this is what science is saying, and it's not in scientific papers or magazines, it's definitely...
Right.
I know everything I need to know that you're calling the atheist experience to offer your take on the fundamental facts of reality and how it flies in the face of what everybody else who actually knows and understands and studies this stuff believes. Because you're calling to talk to me, and you're calling to talk to Dennis, and neither one of us are geologists, we're not biologists,
right?
We're not historians, we're not astrophysicists.
And all that shit has to be wrong for you to be right.
Yeah. It's funny because, if you want to argue against evolution, okay. Evolution can't make predictions. Actually, it can and it does.
It does.
Which is how we found Tiktaalik. Because we said, if it is the case that species morph over time, and if our understanding of both the genetic and the fossil record are such that this creature existed at roughly this time frame in this layer of rock,
right,
and now there's a modern antecedent, then at some point in between there, or a descendant, not anything, at some point in between there, we should find a creature that is somewhere along that transition. And they found a spot where the rocks were of that age, and where we had a good enough understanding of what the environment would have been like in that area of the Earth in that time frame. And they dug, and they found Tiktaalik. Exactly what we predicted we should be able to find. Now, it's interesting because there's no guarantee we were going to find that, because a creature becoming fossilized is rare. It also could be that somebody had made a mistake about how much time there was, or what this creature would have looked like, or where we were. Maybe we have another. Countless mistakes would have had to been made in order for us to go there and expect to see something and not.
Right.
But not seeing it doesn't mean we're wrong. But if you see it, that's a pretty good indication that all the things that led you to it would be like saying, you know what, if my model of the solar system is correct, then we should be able to land on Mars, go to this location on Mars, dig a hole, and not only find remnants of water, but possibly an underwater civilization of living beings. And no matter how preposterous that sounds, if we go there and dig and find that, then the things that led you to that are more likely to be correct than not.
Yeah.
And you might as well be calling him to say the devil goes around planting bones to confuse us.
And I would like to add, an 80,000-year-old colony of quaking aspen is the oldest known clonal tree located in Utah. 80,000 years. Somehow it survived the Great Flood.
Well, that tree can survive a flood. Trees like water.
I guess so.
And people will do this. Oh well, how did the fresh water and the salt water things both survive when it's all muddled up? Well, as it turns out, God magicked it to happen. Or
magic. Okay, well that solves everything.
Or the water, when you have that much water, it dilutes the saline content, so that some of them can just barely survive for a couple months that needed more salt, and the ones that needed less salt can barely survive.
So yeah.
Yeah, you can ad hoc and post hoc any explanation you want.
Right.
But you don't call in to think you're going to present the science that overturns the flood. Go get the Nobel Prize. Go to the Templeton Foundation. I'm sure they, if it's any good, a pro-Christian organization that's trying to constantly find ways to debunk the atheists and the seculars and show evidential support for their supernatural claims. Surely they would be interested in someone.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The flood happened 9,000 years ago.
Apology.
Oh, going to the bathroom break real quick.
Josiah in California, you're on with David and Matt. How are you?
You're doing great. Pleasure.
Same. So I think unless you've changed questions, your question kind of ties into what we were just talking about. So please, go ahead and tell us what you're thinking.
Yeah, I just noticed that this might get kind of deep. I mean, so I was halfway listening to what you guys were talking about from the very beginning, but I was actually reading some scripture while I was waiting. So I was able to kind of I was able to hear parts of what everyone was saying.
Okay, so do me a favor, Josiah. Put the scripture down. I'm just having fun with you.
Yeah, I preface everything. The reason I said that is because, so I was planning on giving a point by point, like everyone else.
Yeah.
But I decided that's not what I'm going to do. So, because I think it's kind of unfair, because you guys aren't coming at people with your points. They're coming at you with the points that they've already prepared answers to. So I think it'd be better to just go back and forth with our own instinctive abilities,
I tell you what, instead of just giving us a preamble and a description of what's going to happen, let's just do it. Say whatever it is you're thinking, and we'll dig in.
Jump in. Yeah, ask a question, make a statement.
Okay, so I noticed that when I look at the evidence given for anything, like evidence given for aliens or paranormal or evolution or the Big Bang, I noticed there's always evidence, obviously, or else people would believe these things. The only thing I have curiosity about is how do we know we're interpreting the evidence best way? And everyone thinks they're interpreting the evidence in the best way they can, but
it reminds me of one of my favorite questions, Josiah, which is, what's it feel like to be wrong?
Yeah.
It feels exactly like being right if you haven't discovered that you're wrong.
For sure. And I don't mean to roll over what you're saying, Josiah. Please do. I will allow you to continue. But that's a great question. I mean, that is the question. Yeah. That's how that's why we're having this conversation. Because people keep asking that question and trying to solve it.
It's the reason the philosophers have developed thoughts on epistemology, and it's the reason that scientists are doing what they're doing the way they're doing it.
And honestly, maybe there's a better way than science. We don't know yet. It's the best way we've done so far, and that's it seems to be working pretty well. It got us to the moon, if you believe that. But it definitely got us to have this conversation, which involves a lot of technological innovations that required us to ask that question over and over again. So there are all sorts of ways to try to derive, to try to figure out if the evidence before us is evidence for X, Y, or Z. And I think that's a fantastic question to ask. I don't think you're off base. Do you have more to add?
But just before that, I also don't think that it's nearly as difficult as some people would like to think it is. Because where we tend to ask this sort of question is with regard to things that aren't particularly well understood, or that affect us personally. So how many of us have spent any time thinking about whether or not the evidence for our current understanding of electricity is accurate as we're sitting here with lights surrounding me, cameras pointed at me, broadcasting over the internet to people on cellular devices, etc. All of this ties into our understanding of electricity, everything right down to the integrated circuits in your devices. And yet we don't sit around going, hey, I wonder if we're really right to believe this evidence. And that's because the results of it are so overwhelming. You're just, I mean, to go back to commercials from when I was a kid, you're soaking in it. You are soaking in science all the time, and you just don't notice it until it comes up with something that is in conflict with a belief you have, or that seems to be out of shape with reality as you understand it. And what we have to do then is go and look and see if our previous understanding is more in line with the facts and the data and the methods than our new potential understanding.
Yeah. It's like all the evidence. I mean, it's important to use language like this, I think, not just in science, but in just like these kind of conversations. You know, the evidence collected so far suggests this conclusion is more likely than the alternatives. And that's really just how it works. And you're always open to getting more evidence and reaching different conclusions, as long as you keep playing that game by the rules that we've established. And, you know, there are the paradigm shifts that have taken place in every scientific discipline have usually taken place from a model was built up over time based off the evidence and the conclusions that you can draw from it. And then when new tools were made available or new evidence was collected, if it seemed like it started to become anomalous with the model we had put forth, we changed the model. And you're getting to live in a time period where we've done that a whole lot. So we've started to really coalesce around some ideas that seem to be pretty good. But we're always open to changing them.
I'm wondering, Josiah, if there's a particular thing that, like an example where you think, oh, here's a piece of evidence and it can be so wildly, or so the interpretations of the evidence can be so wildly different that it's a problem.
If I had to think of one that I think that you might be willing to consider, it would be like evolution. I think a lot of the times there's evidence presented on both sides of the scientific debate, and oftentimes, like,
okay, Josiah, there is no scientific debate on evolution. Evolution is a fact, an observed fact, and the theory of evolution by means of natural selection is the model that Darwin proposed to best explain that fact, and we have continued to improve on it. But there's not scientific debate about whether or not evolution happened.
That's the thing. I know evolution happens to a degree. The evolution that is observable, we have definitions like, you know, adaptations and stuff like that. And great disagreement is over, do those adaptations lead to such huge things over time? So I guess, like, for example,
there isn't disagreement in the scientific community. There's a disagreement between certain proponents of religious models that aren't scientific and science. Because science doesn't say, hey, we have cracked and understood everything that leads to diverse species, and we've explained it all. That's not it at all. What's happening, and what you're kind of advocating for, is in the gaps in our knowledge, religionists try to stick their God in there. Like, we know evolution happens, but just maybe it's not enough to lead to humans, and therefore now we need a God for this. Except that none of that has been demonstrated scientifically. It is antithetical to the understanding of evolution. And what's happening here is somebody saying, you don't know everything, but I've got a friend who does, and my friend is Jesus or God or Allah or whatever. That's not the way science works. So just the fact that there are people who don't accept that science is incomplete and tentative doesn't mean that their alternative explanations for the gaps in our knowledge rise to the level of science. They don't rise to the level of toilet paper, in my view, but that's kind of like a personal take on my part.
I would really like to present at least an example of what I'm talking about.
Okay, do.
So I think in every branch of science, there's a way that the Bible answers it to a degree. Just like when, I'm just going to break it down to the simplest.
Are you going to give us an example about evolution, or are you going to do a sermon about the Bible?
No. This is about what I noticed between both paradigms. So I noticed everyone interprets the science based on their paradigm. Most people, at least. Scientists will say, well, we already know that the geologic column represents billions of years. So whenever they're presented with like radiometric dating or carbon dating, there's so many examples when the dating methods will contradict the paradigm, but they toss it out. And there are even evolution scientists that acknowledge that. They say if it goes against what we believe, we just toss it out. And we
No, that's not what happens. That's what you've been told happens by creationists. That's not actually what happens.
And the scientific discourse is, I mean, scientists are never stop arguing with each other. Every paper that comes out, there's a period of time where it gets torn to shreds by everybody's peers, and it sometimes can take 5 years for just a 2 or 3 page paper to like make it through that process. And there are people who in their siloed field, if something comes along that's incredibly anomalous to something that seems to be established over decades of research, there will be an immediate pushback to say, okay, well, you need to really make a case for this. But there's never a case it can get stuck in that pipeline for a while, but it always makes it to the end of that pipeline so far.
But even when we find anomalies, it's not just like, oh, that doesn't fit, so we're going to throw it out willy-nilly. It is a recognition of the statistical likelihood of things that are anomalous. And what's incredibly frustrating for me is that you, as I don't know you, Josiah, but you seem like a nice person who's genuinely interested in finding out what the truth is. You've been sold a bill of goods about how science works, and that's not how science works. Meanwhile, the people who are selling you this bill of goods, the creationists, have done zero science to demonstrate evidence towards their proposed solution. So all you can do, not you, I mean all that the creationists can do, and you by proxy once you do this, is sit here and go, yeah, but here's a problem in science. Yeah, but here's a problem in science. Yeah, but here's a problem in science. Congratulations. None of us said science was perfect, and science doesn't make proclamations about truth. Science doesn't say this is true. Science always presents tentative conclusions and models that are the best explanation of the available facts. In the entire history of the world, the number of times that science has been proven wrong has always been tied to science proving science wrong. At no point in history has any religion proved science wrong. At no point in history has any religion presented scientifically valid evidence of their supernatural claims.
Okay. You said that there's when evolution scientists provide proof, creationists don't do anything to counter that, or they don't do anything that's sufficient enough.
No, that's not what I said. I don't know if you're busy reading a sermon in the middle of this or not, but I didn't talk about evolution scientists. I talk about science and scientists. And what I said was that the scientists are actually doing science and the creationists are not. It's not like they've presented scientific findings that shows there is a creator or a supernatural realm.
I think if you lend integrity to an event that happened to me, I could do my best, but
Okay. Josiah, let's do this because there's a bunch of other callers waiting. Tell us the event that happened to you that you think somehow demonstrates creationism.
No, not creationism.
Oh, okay. What are we talking about then?
Your statement was the Bible and religion has never brought forth any evidence to prove in the spirit supernatural. That's what you said.
Yes, there is not sufficient evidence to warrant the belief or acceptance of any supernatural proposition is my position.
Okay, like I said, I have an experience that I could get into if you.
Just tell me the experience, but here's the thing, it's going to be a waste of time because the dirty little secret, and I will let you tell your story, but the dirty little secret is that it is not currently possible to demonstrate that the supernatural exists or that the supernatural interacts with reality. And if it had happened, it's not going to happen from an anecdote on a Call an Atheist show. It's going to be a Nobel fucking Prize is what it's going to be. But tell us your story.
Okay, can I say two things?
Please do. Just make a statement. Go for it.
Okay, so my first point is, I know you're more interested in the science of it, so before I get to my experience, there's this guy, I can't find his name. He's a scientist, he's a creationist though. His first name is Kevin.
And he's also a paleontologist, and he, I think it was in Montana, he uncovered, with a couple of his teammates, he uncovered Triceratops that was just less a couple feet under the ground. And the climate in that area fluctuates all the time. So hot, cold, hot, cold. And his rebuttal to millions of years and dinosaur tissue surviving for millions of years is he found Triceratops soft tissue, and there's a video of the soft tissue being used and stuff like that. So there was a woman named Mary Schweitzer that discovered.
Are we getting to your story, or are you just going to give me more glurge to Google?
Well, no, this is something that I want you to look up and you can actually verify for yourself.
If you don't think so have you ever gone to talkorigins.org and maybe looked at the index to creationist claims where they actually address pretty much every one of these that comes up all the time? I don't need you telling me other people's stories. You had a story of what happened to you that was going to prove the supernatural. That's what I care about.
Okay, so we're not going to finish that. Okay.
What good does it do for you to come in and talk about something that you don't understand and don't know about, can't even remember the person's name, and I don't understand and don't know about, and nobody in the scientific community seems to think that finding one anomaly, or even if it were an anomaly, undermines the mountains of evidence for evolution? It's like, can you just tell us whatever story it is that you think confirms the supernatural? Because that's why I let you stay, so let's do it.
Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate it. This experience, I hate to drag this on, but I can't just tell you the experience because
You could if you'd stop with the fucking preamble and just get to the point.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. I had a dream that it started, I was here on the earth. Now, dreams are not evidence to most people, especially atheists, but just wait till I give you the explanation. I'll spoil it. I saw something in my dream that I knew nothing about. I saw a man in my dream, and I actually saw him in real life after the fact, and every detail of the dream had to do with this man. And I think that's just
okay. So let me jump in to make this last shorter. You had a dream, and the details of the dream, some of the details of the dream seem to match up with details of reality outside of the dream afterward. Is that what you're saying? Have you ever had a dream where that didn't happen?
Why are your video paused?
Yeah.
Okay. And the details of the dream that took place outside of the dream, are those sort of details that are common to reality in general? Like, you didn't see a kraken or the sun explode or anything. You saw a person with the general features of a person.
Yes. Not only did I see this person's face, but I did not know the person from anyone on the earth.
Yeah.
Stranger to me.
I've had dreams like that. I've had dreams where people in my dreams resemble people in the real world. And I'm trying to figure out what are you making. It feels like you're making the leap that you may have foreseen that person somehow.
So many more things to the dream. And that's the part that was very compelling to me. I'd just like you to hear it. Even if you don't accept it, I just think it's worth hearing.
So one of the things that we've seen, or that is strongly evidenced, is I can have a dream about somebody, and then when I meet somebody later, I can say, that's the person that I dreamt about, even if it wasn't, even if they don't necessarily look alike, and my brain will mold the two to fit together. How did you eliminate that possible explanation, that your brain was merely stitching together a connection that isn't even necessarily there? How did you rule that out?
Yeah, and just to clarify, you don't have the dream to compare it to, like two photographs to put side by side. And there are psychological studies where we have had that, where people have been shown a photograph of someone and they're shown a photograph. The photograph is they actually had people rate the photograph and say, which one of these two people do you find more attractive? And then they say, well, here it's A, not B. And then they say, okay, and they hand them the photograph and say, tell me why. But the photograph they hand is actually of the person they did not choose. It's been blown up a little bit larger. And people will dutifully describe every detail that they originally had described. That they'll describe the details of the person that they originally found more attractive than the other. So without the side-by-side comparison, we do have the tendency to do what Matt just described.
The other issue with this is, first of all, you said, dreams aren't evidence, especially to atheists. I don't know what the especially to atheists means, because I know some atheists who just love themselves some dreams and love themselves some woo and so it's not just atheists. But not only could you have a dream and then afterwards your brain can massage details to meet, to make those two seem to connection. But let's give you completely the benefit of the doubt, Josiah. Let's say that I'm now convinced that you had a dream about a person, and the details about that dream were so vivid and so accurate that the instant you met that person, it was clear to you this is exactly the person you've dreamed about, even though you've never met them in real life. How can that be used as evidence for supernatural God? Because the fact that you experienced something is independent from how or why you experienced it. And so how could you possibly reach the conclusion that the best explanation is that there's some sort of supernatural intervention here that gave you a premonition in a dream?
I would love to explain everything, if for nothing else, just for you guys to sit on this and think about it later if it ends up being interesting to you.
I asked the question.
Oh, sorry. How is that? I'm sorry. I didn't.
Even if I grant everything you say, you had a dream about a person, and then you met this person afterwards and you never met him before. And even if I accepted that all of that is true, how is that evidence that the best explanation is some sort of supernatural intervention to give you a premonition in a dream?
The reason it would be the reason it would be evidence, I guess, is because if you heard the dream, you would know that it's not even possible for this to occur outside of...
No, sir. No, sir, no, sir, no, sir. You don't get to say there couldn't be any other explanation. That's a fallacy. You don't get to assert what is or isn't possible because you haven't demonstrated it. I appreciate the fact that you had an experience that you found personally compelling because you can't think of any other explanation, but that doesn't mean that you are warranted or justified in leaping to the conclusion that there must be some sort of supernatural intervention. That's just not the way reasoning works if you care about whether or not your beliefs are true. If you don't care about whether or not your beliefs are true, then yeah, just go with whatever you suspect is the truth, but that's not going to fly.
I'd still like to give my best answer for the question.
I'd love it. I've asked several times the question and haven't got an answer, so what's the answer?
So the evidence, we look at evidence as scientific evidence that we can observe, demonstrate, record, everything like that. But I'm saying, is it possible that if this is true, which we can't prove with the scientific method, would that make it possible for another method to exist that we don't know about? And I know that's a leap. I know that's huge.
Okay, you've gone from you are convinced of X, and then when we point out the various problems with it, now what you're saying is it possible that there's some other way of knowing? Well, when you find another way of knowing and demonstrate its reliability and show that its reliability is not only superior to the scientific methods and the critical thinking and the examination process that we currently have now, but that it also, in addition to being superior, provides evidence of the supernatural, that's the point at which your conclusion is warranted. Until then, you had a dream, you had an experience, and you're just going, hey, is it possible that there's something here? Well, I don't know. That's your job to demonstrate that it's possible.
Yeah, I'm with, it's okay to say, is it possible? Well, maybe, yeah, it could be. But we need a method by which to determine that. Is what there has to be some way that we have to get to that answer. And we have to use some sort of method to come to the conclusion.
What's worse in some cases, sorry, David.
No,
it's popped right in my head, is that people will use this to believe in a God. And it's what it is a slippery slope. Here's something I can't explain. It could be explained if there was a God who was giving me a dream. Therefore, I'm going to go ahead and believe there's a God that gave me this dream. Because that actually is a sufficient explanation, but it's not necessarily the necessary and sufficient explanation. Right. And so the danger in accepting that you've experience something supernatural is that it opens the floodgates to you not being able to determine whether or not anything you experience is supernatural. Maybe, is it possible that there's a million supernatural beings and that one of them's just messing with you and one of them gives you dreams and one of them steals socks out of the dryer?
Yeah, there are thousands of possible explanations, maybe millions, maybe an infinite number. So we have to gather evidence and then see which of those possibilities has the most supporting evidence, and then we can start trying to draw conclusions from it. So until you can create a framework for doing that, we're just kind of, farting around with it is what we're all.
And I'm going to give you the last word here in just a second, Josiah. But what it says right here in your initial comment is when it comes to evidence, different people interpret it differently. Who is right? And what you're doing is not so much a who is right, but you're doing this can't be proven wrong, so I'm okay and I'm comfortable going with it until such time as it goes wrong. But if your position is unfalsifiable, A, it's not scientific, and B, you should not believe it.
Okay. Now, while I do appreciate you saying let's give the benefit of the doubt, we'll acknowledge that the dream happened, whatever, and everything you said came true in real life. The thing is, until you hear the dream, I think it's not fair to say, how do we know this doesn't require a superior method? Why can't the method be not superior, but equivalent?
You don't have a method, Josiah. You don't have a method. You have the hope that there's possibly a method. When you have a method, call me back.
The thing is, let's say you were to hear a dream, I'm not going to tell you the dream unless you actually want to hear it.
I asked you to tell me the dream 20 minutes ago, but I got to move on to other callers soon. So go ahead and get your last thoughts in.
Yeah, I'll just tell you the dream because that's what I've been wanting to do since a while. The dream started off, I appeared on this earth, which the Bible says is perishable. And I know you don't want me to preach, but I'm giving context to why my dream.
Just stick with the dream, man.
Just tell me the fucking dream.
Okay, I appeared on this earth. I started turning to my side, and I made a 360 turn. When I made my way back to where I started, I appeared in a very beautiful place. There were a bunch of giant trees. Now, this is just a dream. I don't think about my dreams as being something greater than just a dream. But I ran. When I arrived to this new place, I ran directly in a straight line. And on my left, there was a trench. And across that trench, it was blurry. I could not see what was there. So I ran in a straight line parallel with this trench, very deep trench. And when I turned back around to where I started, I saw a man at my left who had a man dressed in a black suit. And he had a very specific face. I was like focused in on his face for a few seconds. Then there was a black horse in front of him. Now this man and the horse were matching colors. They had black colors. Now
were the trees cherry trees? Because I've heard this song, Big Black Horse and Cherry Tree.
No, what trees they were? They were just really big trees that extended their leaves really far. Now, this is very interesting if you hear the whole thing, because I find it compelling, whether you're an atheist or not.
How could you find it compelling whether you're an atheist or not if you're not an atheist? Just tell me the story.
Okay. He ducked down, and he pointed his finger up in the air and started spinning his hand in a circle. As he spun his hand in a circle, a horse began to follow the movements of his hand and obey his every little tricks that he would do. Then, when the man stood up, the horse stood up and kept spinning as the man kept signaling. And when the man ducked back down, the horse kept spinning while being ducked down close to the ground. And when the man stuck his palm out, the horse stopped. Now, this needs to be heard in entirety in detail in order for you to understand why I find it compelling. When I saw what I was looking at, something caught my eye. Deep in the forest of these trees, there was a white horse running in the distance from the left to the right. And he was running very fast, And I was like, where is this horse going? What is this horse doing? He stopped. The horse ran to my right and stopped exactly where I appeared in that place. Then he ran directly towards me, and I stuck my hand out, and he stopped.
How long is this dream?
It's probably long, but it's worth hearing.
Then we're moving on. Learn how to tell a story. Call me back when you get some kind of sound way to test this, because so far you've told me that you appeared on Earth, turned sideways, and after a 360-degree turn, you appeared in a beautiful place with trees, ran in a straight line with a trench on your left, turned back around. There was a man on your left. There was a black who was wearing a black suit with a very specific face and a black horse, and they ducked down and pointed up, spun his hand in a circle. None of that is relevant to anything.
It is, but you haven't.
No, wait, when you met this man, was there a horse anywhere near you?
No.
Yeah, goodbye.
The dream needs to speak for itself.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Then the dream can fucking call me. That is, I'm not wasting every viewer's time on a meandering, wandering dream story that can't possibly demonstrate the very thing that you're trying to demonstrate.
It was a beautiful dream though.
It was pretty.
But I honestly did want to know where he was going with it, but I don't know if we have the time to get there. So
yeah, I got 20 minutes left in the show, and there's a half a dozen callers waiting, and I don't want to be rude to all of them, just so this guy, because I've had people do this before where they were just building up to a joke.
Okay.
And yeah. So one of the things is that people are like, oh, you didn't let them finish. Oh my gosh. Somebody please put a time on that call to see how many times we asked for this and everything else. The deal here is that this is a live call-in show. It's not like a debate. You watch me in a debate. I've got one debate opponent that I'm going to be engaging with in front of an audience. Here, we have people on hold. Please try to remember that. If I'm ready to move on, it's because there's people been on hold for an hour and some change who might have something that's more productive. And that person, Josiah, can maybe jot down the salient details of that dream and come up with a method to show why this dream and what happened after it, which evidently didn't involve a horse, what the relevance there is. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, let's imagine that he had this wonderful prophetic dream that told him that to meet this person, and that person said, hey, the Earth's going to shut down because of COVID. And he heard this back in October of last year. That's all really interesting, and I have no idea what a potential explanation for it would be. I have no idea what a potential explanation for it would be, and neither does Josiah. Josiah instead fails to recognize that he doesn't have an explanation, and instead is convinced that he does. That the best explanation for this is, oh, this was a message that was given to me. And I can't get there.
That is a problem for most people. Most people can't tell a concise story that makes sense. This guy, like you say, he just meandered and him and Ham and just goddamn, bro, just tell the fucking story. You keep adding shit on, and I don't know. Trying to give a preamble to this shit. Now, what I'm about to tell you, you may not believe it, but just tell the fucking story. You know, people who are able to tell a good story have more friends. Look that up, yo. It's a true fact. People who can't tell a good story, nobody want to fucking listen to you. And since we don't want to listen to you, we don't want to hang out with you. Henceforth, you have very little friends because you're a poor storyteller. Poor storyteller, yo. Yeah, I was at my cousin's house yesterday, and we were outside. Like, it's already done, bro. I don't even want to hear what you got to say, man. Cause my biscuits is the shiznit. And don't you niggas know it. Yo, King, what up, bro? What up, everybody? Oh, I've been in here about 4 hours. I might take a little break. Smoke on some danky dank. Have me a little drinky drink. About to smoke on my danky dank. Have me a little drinky drink. My girl ain't home either. About to play some games in peace and quiet. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, bro. About to play some games. Alright, start packing up some of these brushes. Ooh, put that away. After today's session, I'm almost confident to say that I'm about 10 hours into this painting, maybe. feel like I'm about 10 hours into this thing, which isn't bad for what I've accomplished so far. Oh yeah, oh yeah. If y'all ain't know, I'm the real fucking deal. Black Picasso over this shit, you know what I'm saying? The African Da Vinci. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers call me the hood Rembrandt. I'm like the new age Bob Ross over this bitch. Alright, I'm gonna let that dry, and I can detail the hair a little more. A little more details on the hair. That's not working like I want it to. Probably could just paint that over next time anyway. Probably just paint that over the next time anyway, you know? Alright, I think that might be a good stopping point. Oh, great, you already know. Get them tattoos in there. Alright, I need to go season some chicken for dinner. And it's still kind of early. I probably won't cook for, I don't know, I might as well just go ahead and cook now and get that shit out the fucking way, yo. You know what I'm saying? Put some food on, cook some simple shit, some baked chicken and rice and whatever can of vegetables. The first can I put my hand on, that's what I'm gonna have. And I ain't even looking. I'm gonna just reach in the cupboard blind and pull out whatever. I hope it's some succotash or some French style green beans. No, I love it. Some chicken, rice, and green beans. If I can keep my energy high, I might throw some biscuits in the oven. You know? When you put a biscuit in the oven, that's like a meal. You know, just baking some biscuits make you feel like you did something. Nigga, I turned the stove on in the oven. I had the oven on too when I was cooking. It was big. I'm hungry as heck right now. Ooh, shit, nigga. Stomach on E. Back start to touch. All right. So damn Swiss. Yo, I was grabbing some Swiss cheese the other day. Man, we got like some sharp cheddar and some provolone and some mozzarella and some other shit, man. Got cream cheese in there. So we was in the store and we walking down the dairy aisle and I grabbed some Swiss cheese. And my girl was like, man, you got all that cheese at the house? I said, yeah, I ain't got no damn Swiss cheese. Shit. That Swiss cheese good as fuck, yo. You gotta have that Swiss. So once this part of her face dries, then I can bring down like those hairs that are in the front and I can fill in the edge of her hair a little more. And once the back hair dries a little bit, I can add some more white highlights. And once the background dries, like all the hairs that are flying around, I'll loop those out. But the hair is starting to take shape and the face is starting to really take shape. So I'm applying the second layer of paint. Still have at least one more layer of paint. I normally do about 3 layers of paint to get it to look how I want it to. Messed up on the glasses a little bit. Got to repaint that one side of the frame with glasses in there. And you can kind of see where I stopped. So I worked on her hair, her face, around her eyes, her ear, her earring, and this side of her cheek. So we still have underneath her nose and this side of her face and her teeth and her chin, and then her neck and necklace to do. So just the same way I applied the underpainting, I'll just work my way through all the skin tones first. And so I'll paint grandma and paint her hands, and then paint baby skin tone and paint her hands, and then I'll come back and work on their clothing. But like I said, this is our project for the next couple weeks. A commission project for a high school classmate of mine. So I'll be on this for a while. Oh shit. Oh man. Alright. Alright, like I said, guys, I'm about to go cook me some chicken, yo. Hungry as hell. Appreciate everybody chilling in the stream. While I'm cooking, I might play some video games. I'll stream that shit if you guys want to kick it with me in the living room. And if not, I'll catch you guys in the studio tomorrow morning. Peace.